All right. I got my drink and very loud music today. Take that down just a skosh.
Where's your oath now?
Listen, the amount of time this man has frustrated me beyond all ends.
I've only talked to you like 4 or 5 times in the last week.
Taking words from him. They're taking them
This
from me too.
is actually our interaction, Mr. Belmont.
Oh, Miss Murder, do you have a
Yeah.
moment?
Of course, darling.
Speaking of
I
I
murder,
have a story for you.
Wow.
Somebody's dead already.
no.
Other than you drop dead
No, but-
gorgeous people, of course.
Oh,
You
see?
just slay that dress.
Thank you.
I have a story for you.
Oh my god, I haven't even been up today. Things have already happened.
Oh wow.
Oh dear. Another.
Another what?
Well, it sounds like another story, and that kind of worries me.
No, I don't know. Her
think it's
stories
the
are a lot
same.
like Sasquatch to me. I hear a lot about them, but I never see them.
Let's go check the board in front of little Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing today, darling?
Sad.
I had a day.
Oh,
I had a day.
Is that Rose?
My goodness, how so?
Well, I woke up this morning and I had a window. And then I went out on doing my chores this morning and I came back and I did not have a window. And so the management of the buildings went through and boarded up all the windows amongst my apartment buildings. And it turns out that somebody had gone through and done illegal construction on the apartments there in Rosemist Falls. And the management said this is illegal construction and they boarded them all up. So I did not know if you wished to do a story on such a thing. The management wishing to further condemn the buildings and board up windows. make the house more slum-like. They do not wish us to be happy.
Well, I think it costs the city something to have us living in the subsidized apartments. I don't know if I'd call them slums, though there have been murders in them, so maybe that's accurate.
That's the thing. They weren't slums. They were happy 2 days ago. We had flowers, we had nice windows, and they were lovely. Now the flowers have rot, and now it smells like urine and skunky beer. And now they've boarded up our windows, and the landlords have punished us for being happy. And I believe that they're doing this to push us so that they can gain more money by making tenants miserable, to get them to move into larger houses. They've boarded up the windows in the free housing, and you can quote me on this. I was happy living there. I had a window with such a lovely view, and I woke up happy. I could see the river. I had a lovely pink blossom tree. It was perfect. Now I look up, I see these boards. It makes me realize that was once perfect. It was all a lie, and they want us out of these houses and paying money for the larger plots. I believe it was all just about the money anyways.
Well, it's
all
always about the money.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
But that's all in Rosemis Falls. They've made it miserable.
Well, that's
I'm
since
sorry.
Rosemas Falls was nice before all the other ones weren't. Everyone else
Exactly.
has to suffer, so do you.
So lovely, and they've said, no, you cannot be happy. We want you out of here. You need to go buy a house if you want to be happy.
What's wrong, Miss Lacroix?
Sorry to interrupt. I have something for you.
Oh, thank you. Apologies.
It's okay. It's been a long day already.
Are you alright?
I'm fine.
Listen,
I need to find you.
I just got my first drink, and my day has just started. So you can't be telling me everybody's tired already.
Alright. Do I need to find you later, Miss Lillian?
I mean, I'd like to spend time with you, but if I see you, maybe I don't know what I'm doing right now. Actually, no, I do know what I'm doing.
What are you doing?
Gotta make a delivery of marble.
Marble?
Mm-hmm.
I got a question
So,
for you. I've always been quite terrible at business, and people keep asking me to make them adverts, and I have no idea what I should charge for that.
A silver apiece. No.
Honestly,
5 silver.
that doesn't sound bad. Oh, wait, no, I wouldn't pay 5 silver. I'd pay
Yes.
1 silver.
That's the thing. She's already so busy. She does really good advertisement. If they want a good advertisement, 5 silver.
I think about it and I go, that's a lot of my time to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I enjoy and I find inspiration in it, but sometimes it would just be a slog. I have no idea what I would do for the constabulary. Something about them watching all the time, and no crooked lawman goes uncaught, or something. I don't know, man. And I don't know. But
I'm not sure. I still need to figure out prices for my shop.
well, I've been looking for somebody to go into business with for selling hats, a tailor of some sort, because I don't really want to run a shop, but I would like to sell hats. But also have no idea how much to charge for a hat, because they take hours of work.
Mm-hmm.
If you know of any good tailors, do let me know.
Logan's a tailor, isn't he?
Well,
Yes.
I asked him, and he said I'll think about it. I don't think he wants a business partner.
Mm-mm. I swear there was another one, but I can't recall right now.
There is another gentleman. His daughter's a tailor, but I can't remember his name.
What's he look like?
I don't remember. I haven't seen him in 4 days.
Oh. Well, shit.
Exactly. That's why I don't only remember he had a daughter that was a tailor.
Well, I've had Smith say come into business with us, but I think putting fancy hats in a smithy is asking for sooty hats. Not really
Greetings.
the place to be going,
wow.
right? I go to get a
Yeah.
gun and I pick up a hat too.
Well, I would say guns and hats, that's probably good. But maybe not. I don't know.
Well, I don't know of anybody selling guns.
Miss Clockwork is selling guns, but I think she already has 3 business partners.
I do think I would like to buy a gun, just for personal protection, you know.
Oh, I can't wait to have one. It's gonna be so much fun.
Although a flower store with hats, that sounds beautiful.
Well, there's a flower stall I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
I think
That's
I
only
could.
because,
Go ahead.
well, the flower stall is just a flower stall until the flower girl has enough money to get a flower store.
Well, do you know whose business that is?
I do.
Well,
It is mine.
well, how much money do you need for a store?
Well, I'm gonna see how well the flowers do the first week, and depending on that, if it is productive, then I'll upgrade to a store after the second week. But I want to see how business does first.
Yeah, I do think I would sell hats probably
Hi,
for 10
August.
silver. And as crazy as that seems, they're one of a kind, nobody else has them, unique, and they're very meticulously made.
I do think they're so gorgeous.
But I have no interest in standing in a store and selling hats. I just rather like to make them.
Why are you two just staring at each other? Why don't you say something?
I'm just doing what he's doing to them.
He is staring. He has not said a word.
Being a gosh darn weirdo like usual.
Well, Miss Rose, if you
That's rude.
Fun.
You shouldn't talk to people like that.
find yourself very successful and I find myself without a business partner, I will consider
Sorry,
your offer.
Arcus.
Give you hats to sell.
It's fine.
Wait, ready?
You have
Love your
flowers
face,
with
Argus.
hats already.
Yes, it's one of the common things. Flowers and feathers.
May I see one of your hats?
Yeah, here. Let me totally pull this out of nowhere.
Why
Give
are
me
they just staring
one
at each
second
other?
and don't just.
Shall I go with you?
I can show you one of the hats I've worn in the last couple days if you give me a moment. Ignore the naked man that's gonna pop out of nowhere for a second.
Sure. If you wish me to go
Alright.
with you or not.
Done staring. Let's go.
Okay.
Mm.
Thank you, Miss
it's
Lillian.
Competition now.
We're not gonna get you no armor by just staring at each other.
I do need armor.
So you should probably just lose the staring contest.
Usually this would be a mannequin. Ignore the absolutely horrifying nature of this. I promise, usually it's a mannequin.
Perhaps we should have gone behind one of these doors.
Alright.
Oh, this does not work on. Usually, it works much better on a mannequin, but just gonna remove that from existence. But
Perhaps
know.
you could put it on your head.
mm,
Perhaps you could just put it on your head.
yes,
One
moment.
easily.
One of them's gotta lose. One of them's gotta blink.
You designed them all yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You designed these hats yourself.
I do. have this one. And
I love it.
I should probably take the other hat off first.
I agree.
I give up. I give up. You win.
This is my fascinator.
I love it.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, please.
Did you just...
And of course, sometimes you just need something small, not outrageous. Though I have found that it's very important to know the
Lily,
type
how
of
like that?
hair, how you want to style your hair when you wear your hat.
No, wait, hold on.
Goodbye, Lillian.
Bye.
Enjoy being carried.
I'll see you later.
I hope so.
You will.
Your hats are adorable, and I would definitely be...
I find great amusement in making them.
Yes, I would absolutely be interested, and I could provide the flowers for them, if you so wished, unless you make them out of paper.
Paper dried.
Mm-hmm.
I need a business partner because frankly I would just like to put them up and somebody could sell them. I'd take orders and all that, but I don't really fancy standing in a stall all day. Or a store.
Right. What would my cut be if we could iron out the details? But I would absolutely be interested in doing this partnership.
Well, if I could probably do 20% on the hats. Would that sound reasonable for you?
We could iron out the details, I'm sure. But again, maybe in about a week or so, I would not mind upgrading to a stall. I just need to purchase my house here in the next 2 days.
Of course. And it really just comes down to is, I'm looking for partners, so.
I see. Well, that's if you'd be interested in working with a flower girl, that is.
I am interested in someone who would not put ash on my hats. Unless that's the style. I wonder if I could make a hat that looked like a fire. I had a blacksmith offer to sell my hats for me, and I went, well, that wouldn't bother me if I didn't think the hats would come out black.
I see.
Yes. Yeah, so that's the concern. Currently, my hats, which I usually only tend to wear once, are all sitting in my very small house.
Mm-hmm.
So, just a stack of them. I did sell one to a friend. Miss Tamara. One of my more simpler designs, but she said she wanted a hat, so I made her a hat.
They're fascinating. I love them.
This one, I really was not sure what I was doing with it until I got there, and then I loved it, and I said,
Yes, I love it. If I had the extra coin, I would buy one.
But I
don't
think
have the 10.
I think 10 silver, well, that might sound outrageous. They're unique, one of a kind sort of things.
Indeed.
That and they take like at least an hour to make each. Usually more, the complicated ones.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well. I'm going to
speak experience.
Of course, yeah.
Perhaps once I actually upgrade to a small shop, then we can speak more.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a partner, bud.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good day, ladies.
Bye,
You
Mr.
as well.
Milo.
But I would be
Hello, my
interested.
dear.
Yes, no, I've been seeking tailors and such, but nobody seems to have any interest. So, and it really comes down to the fact that I'm terribly lazy.
Yes, I'll be back after I do some jobs.
Yes, I didn't know if that'd be writing a story or not. About the management not caring.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I really just recently woken.
Hmm. Thank you for your time.
Of course. Then I'm going to proceed to make another hat, obviously. Such a quiet group you all are.
Welcome back, Miss Murder.
Thank you.
Good day, everyone.
I'm hoping it really has been so quiet, though. Nothing exciting happening.
Not currently.
Not really. Other than, I think it was, what was the one named Jasper was talking about the economy prices again?
Was he bemoaning his situation?
He was just asking everybody's perspective, and, well, I didn't fully understand it, but I'm just a hard-working person on the lower levels.
You find that you're not being paid well enough for the work that you do?
I don't mind. Right now I could live comfortably in a free home and then also afford a possible little stand so I could continue the family business. To me, that's my love.
And what is your business?
Well, we used to run a blacksmithing area way outside this city, but I want to spread the wings a little bit and came over here for weaponsmithing and gunsmithing, of course.
Do you make guns? Been looking to purchase a gun.
Yeah, so it looks like I have to get the parts from a possible supplier at the moment, but I'm going to be inspecting and adjusting each part as they come in. Make sure they're actually good instead of just regular line, kind of manufactured.
I see.
Yes, I usually do all my work by hand.
Does that make better guns?
I feel like it gives the gun a little more personality.
Do they often lack for personality?
Depends on the person and the purchase. Some people like rifles, and some people like the newer double-barrel shotguns, and people just like the old classic revolver, but it depends on which revolver. There's the shorter barrels, the longer barrels, the larger cartridges, the smaller cartridges, or whatever you call those little spinners these days.
Oh, you really do know your stuff, don't you?
I've been passionate about guns for a while. That's one of my more expertise level. The other weapons I kind of just do because it helps me kind of live the life of a weaponsmith, making sure I know everything. But guns is... I take great pride in mine.
I'm gonna retire for the evening. You all have a nice night.
Good night, Dr. Amos.
You as well, Doctor. Thank you again.
Absolutely. We'll schedule some little training if you want, Rose, later on.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Amos told me you're on your way to being a fantastic phlebotomist.
What is a phlebotomist?
It's someone who draws people's blood.
I thought bloodletting had fallen out of style.
Well, we need to take blood for samples in case of bacteria infection. Stuff like that.
Mm.
The bloodletting you're talking about is to purge a wound that's festered for infection. That has been um, taken care of. That's been, kind of purged from medical history, yes. But we still need to take vials of samples to examine and, track bacteria and viruses. That's what pathology is all about. It's learning about bacteria and viruses and how to counter them.
Mm. I see. So you're very good with a needle.
It was my first time drawing blood. But then we put it under a microscope and I got to see what it looked like. So it was just really, it was interesting.
With the storm approaching, as I can smell it, I think I'm gonna call it a night.
All right, Riley. You have a wonderful evening. Get home safe.
Yes. Good night, Riley.
Hi. You've come for the Hat Creator Sim? Welcome. Welcome to Hat Creator Sim 101. That's a fun shape. Let's take this all black so I can see. So the style I'm going for is like a very poofy top hat. So I think if I raise this up, that's a little bit more poofy top hat style. I mean, I guess I could go with like an actual genuine top hat, but I want the flare.
Lady, the outfit's it's nice.
Oh, that's Mr. Murder.
Oh. Oh.
Yes, I heard my name.
Something going on, Constable.
I think he was commenting on your gown there. He liked it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Thank you.
Damn it, Roger. Put me out there like that.
What?
Wait,
I mean, I must say.
Hey, women crawling all over you? Why you...
I must say, it's definitely unique. I've never seen any style like that before.
I like to accessorize. I find it adds a lot to a dress.
I see. I just came from a small place, so we just had if there were any royals in the area, they usually just wore simple clothings.
Well, not really a lot of exposure to royals. I traveled up and down on the rails and along the East Coast. Places of news and fashion.
I see. We just called them royals. They weren't actually like royal, but they were rich enough that they could probably afford the village.
Ah, New Royale.
Yeah, you're welcome to sit down next to me, Miss Rose. I promise I won't bite.
Oh, there's pillows there. It's all right.
there's a whole other half of the bench on the other side of me as well.
I suppose I just do not want anybody to get the wrong impression of us.
That
We're
was
friends, enjoying a book in the center of the square.
Oh, goodness. God
Yes,
forbid
that-
you sit and read together.
Yes, but the implications.
What implications?
Colleagues reading, sitting next to each other on the same bench.
Perhaps we're studying a new technique of medicine together. They don't know.
But you reading about your trains and me reading floral poetry. The implications, sir.
I think
Right,
she's
well,
implying that there's steps before you sit together on the bench.
I mean, as you wish, Rose. I'm not forcing you. I'm just saying you could make yourself more comfortable instead of one of the benches.
I'm just...
That or sir, there is a free bench right there.
I don't mind standing, sir. I enjoy your company. I also don't mind standing.
All right.
God
I
damn
don't
it.
wish rumors to be spread about either of us, sir. That's all the,
Fair enough.
Be honest,
know,
it
the
is very
integrity of us.
valid, Rose.
What's that?
It was a very valid Rose. Last year, during the social season, one of my acquaintances was seen in a garden at a party talking. Her reputation was ruined, and her brothers had to force him to either marry her or to duel for honor. And it was
this
that
is
they were
why I
all
left it.
talking. But it looks bad upon the woman in some social circles. Depends on, I suppose, where you're from.
Yes, I do not want anyone to think that either of our honor has been besmirched, sir, or that some think that you are attempting to court me or any of such things.
Well, is he not attempting to court you?
No. She's a colleague.
Oh.
And a friend.
How drab.
The implications and the rumors would start if we were even sitting next to each other. We're both dressed in matching colors and everything.
It's
You're wearing a
true. It's
pink
almost as if you planned
I'm
it.
wearing a purple tie. I hardly say we're matching.
We're both wearing black and white, and pink and purple are so similar, and even as colleagues, the rumors
Yes.
would spread.
I would make sure of it. Do sit down, Miss Rose.
Miss Murder,
Perhaps I should
please
call it
don't.
now.
Please don't cause issues for Miss Rose. Miss Murder.
And what gossip am I missing here?
Well, it would just mean that somebody would have to hold a gun to you and force you to marry her.
Wait, what?
I doubt that would succeed very well for them, but alright. Besides, I left the UK for that exact reason of getting away from those circles of nobility. I always found those seasons pedantic and boring.
See, I think you're looking at it the wrong way. It's a lovely little game of chase, isn't it? And the prizes are just fantastic. The love of your life, obviously.
Along with money and wealth and properties.
That's true too.
And the intrigue and the drama and the ploys and the plots, and yes, I'm all very familiar with it.
Poor darling.
Mythic. Frank, if you
it's-
keep flashing that flash,
No, this is time of origin. You don't have your own. I started drinking. First thing
God,
I did
no,
when
I'm a
I got up
doctor.
today.
If I was seen drinking in public, I'd be shunned out of the medical profession.
And this is why I'm not a doctor.
And this is why this is actually full of wine.
Why? No, you've got to start with something more than that. Moonshine.
Now, trust me, this one has whiskey in it. At least my flask does.
No, I will keep my head nice and clear, thank you.
No, this is Conan Exiles on the Time of Origin service. What is Mythic? I've never heard of Mythic before.
again, Mr. Ravencroft, even though the storm's about to hit. Make sure they're under shelter so they don't get
Oh,
dragged
no.
swept
This
away
is
by heavy gusts.
this is Time of Origin. This is a Gothic Victorian werewolves, vampires, secret antag group. There's a secret antag group.
But so I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no, this is Time of Origin.
Dr. Grimm, I do thank you for the offer, though. I do not wish for you to be offended.
I'm not offended, Rose. I was just trying to be polite and a friend.
I'm still confused about the whole matter, but yes.
See, if she sat next to him on that bench, it's far too close for a single man and single woman without some sort of interest. Yeah. I'm staff on ToOS, so I'm not. On top of that, I do play another server, but it's a text World of Darkness server. It's called City of Spires, but they don't allow streaming. Otherwise, I would. Like, the reason I started so late today was we had a court case, and a man was, like, had his fingers cut off and was banished from the city for accidentally shooting a Jew who was trying to kill the madam of a whorehouse. It was wild. And, like, the church, one of the young sisters from the church was petitioning on his behalf that he was remorseful. It was really funny. The man had a 10 gold bounty, which is pretty big. And she got him to come in peacefully. The sister did. This little tiny little thing. It was really funny. Yeah, my vibe is noir and drinking today. It's definitely drinking. Yeah, who runs Mythic? I've never heard of it. Must be like a season 1 or something like that, right? Because at least most servers like you've heard of. Yeah, we're like, oh, God, no, I'm not playing that server. Thanks. Thanks, though. Thanks, but no. Yeah. I have apple pie moonshine. And yes, I am making hats on this server. That's pretty much my go-to right now. Oh my god. Did anybody else have like a really, really tough week? Like I had a really tough week at work this week at work. Week at work? Oh my I'm not drunk enough for this. Like just absolutely horrid. Like I'm a data architect on this really big project with a big computer company. And just like we go into our first build sprint next week and not next week, the week after. And they're like, "Why are your stories not groomed?" I'm like, "I don't know, cuz your data's not there, and why are you doing data migration stuff before, you know, the system's built?" Just absolute batshit kind of stuff. And I spend a lot of time arguing, and it's just exhausting, right? Like, you can only spend so much of your time arguing before you're just absolutely, like, conked. And then, the times I'm not spending arguing because people just don't listen, I'm spending doing, like, meticulous data reporting, which is also mentally exhausting, right? Like, there's only so long you can stare at spreadsheets and compare hundreds and hundreds of records back and forth and look for deviations and errors before your brain goes, no, let's not do that anymore because we're done now. We're done now, okay? Yes, good, all right. But yeah, that's my thing. Also, I've noticed my notifications aren't working, so I think it's like Streamlabs that I have to go to fix it, because I don't fucking know, man. I think I have a login. I don't know. I'm also drunk, and I have to pay my home insurance, and I have to pay my car insurance. Well, that doesn't seem accurate. It's telling me that I have 24 viewers on Streamlabs, which does not seem correct. Especially because, there's not that many. So I think it is incorrect. How do I test this? No. Test. Twitch. But it didn't go over here. Why didn't it go over here? Oh, because it wasn't on, and it's, I'm gonna try it again. I'm pushing buttons. Hey! I tested right. And what about that one? Yay! Okay. I figured it out, I think. Okay. Cool. Because it wasn't working before, and I almost deleted one of my scenes just because I could. Didn't want to do that. Yeah. I didn't think I had that much to drink, but maybe I did. Okay, I got a question for you guys. Have you... Man, I should not stop and read that. Have you ever known anyone who doesn't have, like, empathy? Where like, they... Never mind. It's such a weird... Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about, obviously. No, but, for the server the other server that I'm playing on, it's, this one. Wad City of Spires. This is a really cool server. It's just text only, so you can't stream it. So... Whew. But yes, I have alcohol here. Which goody goody. Hi, Raptor. You know it's 11 o'clock at night, right, Raptor? Like, you are aware that it is 11 o'clock at night. Also, one of the things I've noticed, like talking to the text RP people, the highest pop servers I've ever seen are text servers. They talk about Halcyon and Crossroads all the time. And I'm like... And they have like hundreds of people online at any one time, and it's crazy. And I'm like, that's insane. They have like they have such cool theming, you know? Like genuinely cool theming on those tech servers. Oh my god. Why, bro? This guy. I was trying to check status of the server and I realized bro, you know I'm having a time where I'm just sitting here going, I don't know what I was doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, Pocket Positives. I don't even know where that book is. No, I'm fine. I'm just drunk.
Hammer and anvil with steel, religious.
I see.
Love will teach us
Then
all things, but we
perhaps you
must
would not
learn how to
understand
win love. It's got with difficulty. It is a possession dearly bought with labor and a long time.
Most
For
likely,
one
but
must love not some times, but only, but
maybe that's a
always.
good thing for right
And
now.
let not men's sin dishearten thee. Love a man even in his sin.
Perhaps you
For
have
the love
steel,
is the likeness
but
of
next
the
to its
divine
element you
love,
don't want mixed in with
and it
steel.
is the summit of
But you're
love
selling
honor.
them next to each other.
Fedor
and people might
Dovetsky,
think that your steel
1821 to
has been
1881.
contaminated.
Russian novelist. He wrote Crime and Punishment.
The rumors might start to spread. That sort of nature. Even if they've not.
Pardon me a moment.
Perhaps a bad analogy.
Okay, I need to go remove my accessories, put them all back on, and start new music. Man, I'm not even really like multitasking. And I feel like this is what this outfit looks like without any accessories on. Really jazzed it up a bit. Okay, this is a no for me. I do not like that. I don't know who decided that that needed to be involved. just listen to our standard.
Damn straight, kid. You don't like anyone, Cassidy.
Have a good one, Miss Murder.
Oh no, I'll just switching sides. That's all. I usually stand this way so I can see who's coming.
That brings up a point I want to ask you, since you're still waiting anyway.
Are you waiting on someone in particular?
Can I just
No.
Can I just stay with you
Should I be?
for a little bit?
I really don't know. That's why I was asking you.
Hardly ever actually has
I just like to watch the world go by.
I just don't.
Hi, baby.
I just don't want to be with him.
I mean,
I tried to talk.
if you were earlier, you would see that city worker running around like they had 20 cups of coffee.
Open up. When I want to ask you about something, you don't ever say nothing.
Well,
You just,
maybe
we
they're
can't
busy.
talk about that till later. Oh, we can't talk about that. Blah blah blah.
I won't deny that.
Get some fuck.
Saw her sitting behind the train, telling me to leave her alone.
The maid was rather irritated as well, so something is going on.
She's just
Good day.
upset with us. Well, I guess,
How are you?
You know.
Okay, I still need to go readjust my hat. I'll be right back.
Just taking a quick trip into
Of
the
course.
bank to exchange.
Okay, I don't know why it does that, but it is the most infuriating thing in the world. I think I had a hat pin fall out on me.
She didn't want to speak about it. Jasper didn't want to speak about it. Not one of them wanted to speak
You have
about it.
pins in your hat.
It's like they talk
How did
about
you think it
showing
stays
interest.
on?
But I did, and when I did, they just
Well,
no, Cassidy,
for it
it's
being
your
a
fault. You
hat,
don't
I
listen up. But when I
expect
fucking tried,
if you put it on your head, it stays on.
I feel like you never worn a woman's hat.
No, I haven't really had reason to.
On top of that, hat pins are almost half a foot long. Wonderful defensive items.
Can they beat a bullet?
No, but it's enough to keep roving hands on the trains from roving.
There's people that actually have hands that... Yeah, no, I'm not even gonna ask. Nope.
Yes, I suppose you probably don't have hands that go meandering over you in the middle of a crowded train.
Not really. Half the time I'm thinking of my side hobby.
Is that also guns?
Yes, bigger. Far bigger. And far more mechanical.
What are bigger mechanical guns?
Well, if I say it out loud, I'm probably gonna sound stupid.
What do you mean? Of course not.
Well, I've always had an idea of, you know how knights were armored back in, like, olden days and all those stories?
Yeah.
Well, I've always had an imagination where maybe if, to prevent a war, maybe make something more like a... You know how there were siege machines back in the day, how they had all those battering rams that seemed to be semi-armored to protect the people?
No, but pretend I do know what you're talking about.
Well, I was thinking more of a train that has more armor on it and maybe some weaponry.
An armored train.
Yes. Of course, I was thinking of trying to possibly make more of a train that does not go on tracks. More, maybe, you know how knights had their horses and they had armor on their horses? So something similar to that, but not putting a creature into danger.
Hmm.
I've been called crazy for it, but it's always been my wild imagination.
I mean, a train that doesn't go on the tracks and covered in armor. What on earth would you use such a thing for? A trackless train.
Well, sooner or later you never know when a war will come along. The person that has a bigger stick usually scares others.
Yeah, but I think I just can't picture it.
That is,
Like
until how feeble
a
you
wagon,
realize they are
just
with a bigger stick.
kind of more train-like with something to propel it, but maybe too heavy for just simple kind of wooden wheels.
Now I'm thinking of an old carriage that you tack steel plates on. And I don't know, maybe you have the oxen push from behind. Although I suppose you'd probably want to use an engine, wouldn't you?
It'd be preferable, mostly because it doesn't endanger the animal, and secondly, with a push force is going to be far different than a pull force. Plus, it would be harder to guide it if you were doing push force. And in the middle of a war, you never know when the animal may freak out due to something that went off.
I suppose that's why they trained those war horses, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. But like I said, I've been called crazy for it, so I usually try to keep it to myself.
I think it'd probably be quite fascinating if you figure it out.
That is a long time to be.
Well, that's why we have dreams, isn't it?
Very much so. Plus, I'm not a engineer, so I'm having to take my time to learn this stuff too. It's going to be a long time. But yes, that's one wild dream.
Definitely a peculiar one, that's what I'll say.
Yeah, help prevent robberies and other things if they ever happen. But, like I said, this is just something that's there, and You know, person who carries a bigger stick. Make people afraid.
War never really was my business. Never really took much interest in it.
More or less, my business is partially war. Mainly because, weapons go out during war, but most of the weapons I make is usually for personal use, not war use.
Good money in war.
If you live through it.
I mean,
The ones
if you're
fighting it are
trading
not
on
the
the
ones usually
outside.
profiting.
War can be good and bad at the same time. You might profit from it, but there's many deaths. And with those deaths comes ideas that are erased in history.
I have yet to meet an individual who profits from war and gives a damn about the lives that it takes for them to profit from it.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you profit on, Maxie boy? What's your profit?
Mr. Otto, I think he's talking to you.
I am trying to understand what he means by what do I profit from. It is a bit
What's
of a
your
vague
business?
question.
What's your business? What do you profit from? What do you like? Your goals? What are you aiming for, huh? Top hat.
My aims and goals at this point are a bit up in the air.
Did you ever get hired, at least?
I did indeed. That is why I'm waiting for this evening's training. Should be starting here soon.
Not fired for tardiness or anything like that before you even started.
I always make it a due point to try and be punctual.
Waiting on them. At least I'm getting my outfit now.
Joining the toast. Only I can never say something.
Constabulary?
This
That one.
Just call him the lawman. Makes it much easier.
I think I always
agree with
use
that.
that.
Yeah, I'm a cadet.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, Miss Jacqueline, right?
Wait, that is me.
I never really know what you say when you say those funny words, but I like it.
It is just mostly hello and probably goodbye. Do not speak too much French here.
I know there's one lady that always likes to talk about food or something when she's sleeping. She keeps saying like chow or something. I'm like, yeah, chow down to you too. And then she keeps saying like grassy or something, like lots of grass. So I gave her some one time. She's like, grassy. I'm like, here you go then. Here's some grass. She kept laughing at me though.
I can't imagine why.
Yeah, I don't get it either. It's like, all right, if you want to ask for grass, I'm going to give you some.
sweet of you, monsieur. I do not think I know your name though, officially.
Name's Cassidy. I don't got no last name though.
Well, it is a pleasure to officially meet you, Monsieur Cassidy.
How do you have no last name?
That's what happens when you grow up in the orphanage, I suppose.
Didn't they just name you after the saint or something? Some building or whatever?
You think I'm gonna accept it?
Well, I think
If you're lucky enough to be Christian.
What?
If you don't get a Christian name, those that are illegitimate children normally do not get last names until they're recognized by someone to be their father.
Well,
You had
you should
stated you had a family, did you not?
you should have a last name to differentiate you from the other Cassidys around.
Some may say I have a last name, but I don't accept it.
Well, then what do you want as a last name? Usually it's a
Doesn't
job or a descriptor or Cassidy Law or Cassidy Swift.
I'm just Wagner.
Yeah, there you go. See?
Yes, but Wagner's not a particularly common name.
If I had it my way, I would have made a name for myself out west. I was gonna go by like Cassidy the Kid or something, you know? Be respected.
We can start that now. I'll call you Cassie the Kid.
Isn't that sort of like infantile?
You're sort of infantile. Whatever that means.
Childlike.
Oh, wait, no. You're childlike, hang on. Babyface Cassidy.
I don't like that as much.
Oh, what
No.
about the babyface kid?
No, I'm not going by that. Hey, how about you, huh? How about you go by Old Man Vaktu? Or Sweaty Nipples Vaktu,
kinda do.
whatever.
I mean, normally that whatever pejorative comes out your mouth, then attached to my name, that's kind of common.
As
What
long
does
as you
one say
your
back
name.
to that? Sorry, it confuses me. I don't know how to respond to one.
You could just offer another insult or a compliment, however you want to play the game. It's a verbal spar.
No, it's not a spar. He takes it. I don't know what to say
Yes.
to that.
No, that's because my ego isn't wrapped up in normal people's things.
You're all right, old man.
What are you doing?
Much appreciated.
And what about you? Dolly Murder, that's right.
Mm-hmm. I picked it myself. Don't you like it?
It's interesting to say the least.
All good writers need a nice name, something memorable.
So what's your real name?
I'll
I
never
feel like
tell.
it's Gertrude.
Gertrude.
Gertrude seems right.
Do I look like a Gertrude to you?
Yeah, you should just stick to murder.
Kinda.
Just feels like you make sweets all day if you go by Gertrude.
I want to know what on earth sort of place you came from that Gertrude was a common name.
I didn't say it was common, just said you look like a Gertrude.
I don't think I've ever met a Gertrude.
Like a Barbara. I don't know, something where you gotta say it like kind of husky.
Barbara.
Gertrude.
Barbara. Like just, I feel like whatever your name is, it requires like a little bit of oomph in the middle. Largely because Dolly just rolls off the tongue, so I feel like whatever you had is probably not so phonetically pleasing.
Maybe I'm just covering up for murders in my past.
You got a lot of murders in your past?
Maybe. Mystery's a good thing, isn't it?
Just remember, no witnesses.
I quite enjoy your candor. Mr. Vok too is very humorous.
Welcome
Hey,
back,
Dolly
Miss
Murder,
Brown.
if you ever want to, like, research into possible murders, I suggest starting with the deep voice man. That was the scariest laugh I ever heard in my life.
Are you saying Mr.
Oh,
Logan's killed someone?
On you.
He just sounds like he's plotting, like, world demise or something. He just told us his plan.
I have to be honest,
You know what I mean?
investigative journalism, as much fun as it might be, I feel like I never get out of town to actually investigate anything.
You got me rat jerky that one time.
What makes you think, or makes you feel that way about me?
I mean,
Mr.
my work
Gasly?
isn't murdering me.
Just even the way you said that, I feel like I should,
We could do that.
like, watch my back when I walk home.
What do you think he's gonna put a knife between your ribs?
Better than anywhere else, he'd stick the knife.
Nah, I feel like it would be shears. Just to send a message.
Yeah, right.
Not poison.
No, not with a voice like that. No, that man, he might kill you with his bare hands.
No.
And laugh at
No,
you.
no. He might do poison. And watch as the light slowly dims from their eyes as they're trying to figure out what is happening to them.
Wouldn't a better poison be one of those slow-acting ones that renders you dumb and useless?
I didn't realize my voice gave off this impression of me.
Whoa, you pair that with a dark attire and mysterious demeanor.
Mysterious.
Hmm.
In what way makes me mysterious, Miss Dolly?
Okay. Who all knows what this man actually does?
Not me.
I do.
Who does besides you? Just for show of hands. Yes,
I don't
but
know,
you
but-
registered a business for him. So that's
What,
cheating.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
Who knows what
I
Mr.
suppose
Logan does?
definitely made it clear what he does.
I do.
Oh.
He's a tailor.
I mean, when you think about it,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
he
You know, no
kills
offense,
the guy and then
Mr. Logan,
fits his
I
suit
actually
for
forgot
him.
about that.
He wins double.
See, his intimidating demeanor totally drove the fact from your mind. Although it...
He said that the first day I met him. He was
Oh.
like the first person I met.
I've only heard it once, that's why it kind of slipped through my mind. I've been mainly hammering at the forge.
Do you think the profession sort of withdraws from that murderesque lust in his eyes?
Or maybe
know.
he's chosen to be a tailor because it's peaceful, and he's seen enough death already.
Maybe he's gonna murder you and then make the outfit you wear in the closed casket. Or open.
Oh.
Miss Dolly Murder could write about it or something.
In the obituaries, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I am. I have been drinking extensively. It makes me more poetic.
By the way, you're fine by me, Mr. Logan. Just having some fun is all.
Of course, I'm glad I provide entertainment.
Fantastic, Gilly.
How you doing, Frank?
Still kicking and hammering, how about you?
Just trying to pull my weight, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna start pulling my weight once my shop opens.
When will that be?
Supposedly we're gonna be meeting the suppliers this weekend and getting the contracts all fixed up, hopefully. Then I could probably get some gun parts in and start customizing them a little bit and
I'm looking
making
for
sure
a
they are
partner.
good enough for my guns.
I am actively looking for a partner.
Hey. Tomorrow. Miles coming back in?
Yeah, he told me he was. I might just be taking him. I can. Want me to send a mind wave and find out?
If you don't mind.
Yes.
Sure.
I don't know when the meeting's gonna happen, but
Are you
We'll
all
find
here
out.
for the work? Mr. Trello, they're all waiting for you.
Hi.
Apparently all your cadets are ready to go.
All right then, come on, let's go.
To do some tasks. I'll meet y'all after.
See you around here.
Alright. Did good work today. And nobody moves.
I think the one cadet had
The potential for
headache.
could do. A lot of
He's
potential.
Oh, look at
sleeping
me.
there on the ground. Mac.
Oh, Monsieur Max, was that?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, he
We and the next
asleep.
Cassidy's a kid, as he called it tomorrow.
Cassidy the kid.
Mr. Miles is not here if you're
Here till I'm not, you know.
Mr. Miles is here if you're waiting.
Oh boy.
Monsieur Miles.
Thank you, Miss Hannah.
Yes, madam. How are you? What can I do to help you?
Can we come along and observe the training?
What are you doing to train them today? I'm curious.
Probably
Miss Miles and do my
some
best.
breaching, clearing, some combat stuff, that type of thing.
Breaching? What is that?
yeah, I was about to ask.
Breaching a home if need to be going in case there's something going on. If a citizen has an issue with something that's happening, or they're being attacked, or they're being held up within their house, you want to be able to get in there and make sure they're alright.
Alright, yeah.
Do you often breach homes?
No. Only under very specific circumstances, which would require an individual calling on us to do such a thing due to them being in some sort of semblance of danger.
Yes, he's a good kid. Is that like breaking down the door or a window?
Pretty
or
much, yes.
something? I appreciate you saying those nice words to him. He needs encouragement. Not just from me.
It sounds like you just need a big hammer.
Sort of.
That is so big!
That or
It's
just
so
a steel
big.
tip boot.
My hat I made is so
That
big.
can work too. Depends on the situation.
I made a big hat. I think it's too big.
Baby, are you taking advice from the man?
It's not supposed to be that
Nice
big.
haircut.
Yes. Well, thank you.
A lot better than before.
I'm sure.
Right.
Oh.
Oh. Damn. Alright. Hello.
Okay. Let's T-pose. I'll hide the other accessories. We'll shrink these.
Question. If you really have to break into a home, why not just shoot the lock and then kick it open?
Well, that's part of the situation. Either shooting the lock, you know, getting into the home and clearing it for the purposes of anyone that may be trying to cause harm to individuals inside.
10 or so pounds of TNT at the door will do fine.
Yeah, we'll blow up the entirety of the house.
Hmm? I mean, you did say breach and clear.
Gotta
Clear
find
the whole
something
lot.
better than this.
I'm supposed to trying to clear the entirety of the house. I'm saying, you know, clear it as in terms of any individuals that could be causing harm within it.
I mean,
if
does
they're
that
dead.
too?
Yeah. If they're blown up, they can't do anything. Yes, that's true. But then they can't be prosecuted and put into jail for that.
And then you cannot save the victims.
Exactly.
Pardon
And the
me.
victims.
Some
being
of you
inside
are
prison
all right,
too.
absolutely
But-
terrifying. Please do not take this man's advice on police work.
I
All
am
right,
not
we'll,
going
we'll
to
call it.
advice.
No, here we go. It's if you're concerned about having to like prosecute, we'll call it pardoning TNT.
Pardoning
So they're
TNT.
pardoned. Yeah.
Absolutely not.
There will be no use of pardoning TNT.
But if they're alive, they get prosecuted. If they're not, then they get pardoned.
I don't think that's how that works.
It's like what you're suggesting is practically just aiming a cannon at the house.
Mm-hmm. Great shot.
Oh dear lord.
Why do I feel like it could be a frequent flyer in my jail?
Mm-hmm.
Jailbird.
Exactly, the jailbird term.
Oh
Frequent
my-
flyer.
Jailbird
I don't have a
Part 2.
cannon, but I can make explosives.
Why?
Exactly
Where?
why I said
Where are
that.
you making explosives? That's extremely concerning.
Don't worry about it.
I do worry about it if a vagrant who barely can keep himself stood upright and not falling over on his bench is making explosives.
I can make a lot of things. As long as it's around chemical compounds.
Are you a chemist?
Suppose. Mostly just make medicines, but certain things have certain properties.
I'm extremely concerned.
On which part of the whole conversation?
Just the whole of it.
Yeah, basic items in a typical household or on a farms that could cause an explosion if mixed together properly.
You know, the more I learn about, like, chemists and scientists and doctors, the more I'm afraid of them.
Mm-hmm.
There's something probably should be corrected.
I'm sorry.
I think
what?
you might want to clear your throat.
Who, me?
Yes.
What's wrong with my throat?
You were just difficult to understand there.
Oh, apologies. Am I better now?
Wait.
I
Are
was
you
just saying that...
teeth to clear it?
Yeah, maybe. Oh, never mind. My question's been answered. Alrighty, come on, you three. Borrow Max and, Cassie, let's go.
Sir, yes, sir.
Good luck.
Good speaking with you all.
Don't
Thank you,
arrest
Miss
anyone
Dolly.
in training. Will do.
Have fun.
Thank you. It's good to see you, Jacqueline. Anna.
Good to see you too, Monsieur.
I have a hat issue. No, I have a hat business.
Bactu's alright.
Thank you.
Frank's
For the moment.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Very
What?
forward that one is.
I hope he
See
was
what is on his mind.
being hypothetical.
You know what? I'm gonna take this off and I'm gonna try with this model for like the hat, because it's
Oh,
different
good
shapes.
evening.
Mm-hmm.
You guys were. Am I supposed to attend the training?
It seemed like you were. I think he thought you were.
I got no clue.
Yes, no one can see him in a T-pose. So this is what she actually looks like, right? I'm doing this down here. And then maybe I'll do like a laurel wreath. Oh man, that'd be so cute. The butterflies in butter. No, they're not. I know. Veil. Yes. 180, I think is what I want. Yeah. Because what I want.
Now it's oddly silent.
Because I'm thinking about hats. I'm sorry.
Is it because that you're still worried about the hat pin you have?
No, I'm thinking about my next creation. That's why.
I see. Or should I expect something over the top like this one?
Do you think I would make a drab hat?
You never know, it might suit the look.
I can't imagine I'd want anything that blends in.
I mean, everybody seems to always try to dress up very, very, well, fancy, and I usually just stay in my simple clothes.
Well, you're a smith, are you not? You are very likely to get your shirts and your gloves and your pants filthy, aren't you?
Depends what I'm doing, but possibly. But that's why we also have aprons too.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, hello. Hello again.
Miss Dolly's hat is absolutely gorgeous. Have you seen this?
Oh, thank you, darling.
Yes, she's been standing here for a little bit, so I've definitely seen it.
Mm-hmm.
It's also
You
hard
make
to
the
miss.
most beautiful hats. Well, that's
Oh, watch
kind of
out.
the point of a fancy hat.
They have a hat pin in there.
I recently explained the concept of hat pins to this man.
You didn't know what a hat pin was.
I suppose a lot of men don't know what a hat pin is until they find it in their thigh.
Miss Dolly, have you stabbed someone? Is that what you're implying?
Do you not know the alternative use of a hat pin?
Look at that fire.
Hat pins, especially ones that are particularly long for fancy hats, often are sharpened to use as self-defense in case somebody is acting in a way that they shouldn't be. It's half the reason why people use them.
Right through the jugular.
Well,
Wait, what?
I've never quite put it there, but it has definitely found its way into a thigh or two.
What is a jugular?
Part of your neck, right?
Yes, on the side of your neck is a very large vein where you can that carries blood through your body.
So, speaking of veins, I need your help, Jacqueline, because I'm quite vain of your stylizing ability to help me decorate.
Hi, King.
Is your room not finished?
I bought new hats, Miss Jacqueline.
Do you like the hat? It's
Yes,
expensive.
you have a bigger
along
canvas
on this
paper
one.
if you want to come help me. It's actually
Let's go
looking for
see
you.
your house. Oh, okay. Well, you get to show me your house.
It's just absolutely ridiculous hat. It is a silly hat.
There we go.
Wait, you'll all forgive me? I'll be back soon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I love you all. Oh, hi, Logan. Hi, Logan.
You're her
I
favorite,
love you all.
Logan.
Bye. It's wait.
I'm surprised she didn't notice you this whole time.
Wait, notice who?
Just go show your damn house!
Oh, okay. I love you,
Oh, she
Roxu.
she noticed him. She was
Hi.
looking for an excuse to speak to him.
Are those stretched phones? No, they're not. Those are fans. Those are leather shoulder pieces. That's a pauldron. And then flowers and a bow.
I sound intimidating now.
Not really, at least not to me.
Apparently to some I do.
As I said,
No.
Congratulations.
you have a bit of a
That is a bit
mysterious
odd.
aura. You wear all black.
It is not all black.
You have a crimson scarf. That does not help with the
I would
mysterious
say
aura.
more burgundy.
But you see my point. It's not a bright and inviting color.
True, I just prefer darker, more earthy tones. I have a brown base.
I have a skin tone tank top.
Is that to pretend you're not wearing one?
Yes, and I caught a few of the guards off.
You are wearing. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I've confused several of the constabulary. They've come walking up to see if they can get old Vakdu for not wearing a shirt. Got them so good.
You really are a brat.
I
Wait
think I've
till
got
you
miles
heard.
3 times now.
Wait till you hear how he got it.
God, did you steal it out of the trash?
It's not stealing, it was unattended luggage. And I died it.
Now, was it
Possession's not intense.
luggage or trash? I'll ask again.
Oh, luggage, the whole pile of it.
Was it inside of a waste bin?
Nope, on a train.
He's
Funny.
definitely stolen some man's undershirt.
And cut it.
Rolled it around in the mud a bit.
Oh, I just realized I have oysters on me. I'll be right back.
I dyed it with some berries and such.
I don't know if removing the coat made you any less intimidating, Mr. Logan.
Oh,
I think it's more stylish, but...
do you not find my coat stylish?
I don't dislike your coat. It's just not very much of a statement about it. It's just a coat.
Fair.
Here we can see your pocket watch and your scarf.
To be fair, I wear the coat mostly because I live in Tinker's Hollow, so it's more comfortable that way.
It is a particularly cold place, isn't it?
Indeed.
Very much. I just visited it earlier.
And then I also come from a place that is typically more cooler climate, so I'm used to wearing coats anyway.
You're running for council? Are you running for council?
No.
Too much responsibility?
Too much of a hassle, personally.
I see.
I suppose I could, but I don't believe it's my style per se.
Civic responsibility, definitely a drab. Hi. You could come RP.
Are any of you intending to do so?
You should wear a pink vest next time.
No.
Wait, to do what?
Run for council.
No, 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 no. Mm-mm.
No, I think Devil's Canyon will have, quite a mighty horse race, honestly.
Only one I've heard so far is a letter of a Marie and also, possibly Marlowe.
There's a lot of personalities in the canyon. Thank
Exactly
you.
why I kind of tend to stay out of the politics side and just stay in my little home.
Did you
Other
move
than that,
out of the back canyon? You were in the back canyon with the rest of us, weren't you? Did you move?
no. No, I was never in the back canyon. I was more near the, mining area. You know, right after the train, there's those housings, and up to the left, like, up, there's a couple staircases, and there's one other house right next to me, and another house that doesn't even have a number.
Alright, I think I was confused because one of the mailboxes had a letter for you down there.
For me.
It said Frank.
That's fairly interesting. I did tell them D2105. What was the letter about?
I don't know, I didn't read it. To be fair, if you told me, I was probably drunk, and I'm sorry. I also
never
don't work in
received
the
it.
retail or realty.
Yes, and sadly to say, it seemed like I never received it then.
No, I think it's still sitting in the box.
Which box?
There's a box down in the canyon that I think it had your name on it. Listen, I was
No.
nosy. It was an unlocked mailbox, and there was a letter in it.
Now, this confuses me, and now I need to check. Though I don't know where to check now.
One of the first houses in the back canyon. Before you get too far into the maze of it all.
Probably has a person living in it by now, and they probably took my letter.
I don't think so. But maybe. I don't know, I guess I don't go shaking all the handles in the canyon. I just saw it sticking out of the mailbox, and I was curious who was getting mail. And then I saw your name on it, and I went, I don't think he lives here.
Very much not. I live, more near the post office, actually.
You live in those planned houses instead of the, pile of them.
I mean, technically it's a small pile of them, but kind of, yes. I live right next to the noisy, maybe the electricity area or the mining area right there. The one right by the tracks.
I see.
I don't mind it.
As long as the whistle isn't blowing in the middle of the night, right?
Yeah, you get used to it after a little bit. I wonder if that was maybe my letter for my business stuff.
I suppose if somebody labeled a mailbox with your name, and it's not your mail, that's very possible they're sending you letters to the wrong address.
It might have been a mistake, actually, because they did ask me about my number again when I came in to check on the business stuff, or actually when I was passing by. That, or is there possibly a copy house? A house with both the same numbers? I highly doubt it, at least I hope not.
Maybe there's two Franks.
This will be the first news for me.
Someone's stolen your identity and pretending to be you.
Just wait till I get a shotgun. Wait, what?
Interesting.
I think this could be an honest mistake.
Maybe. Identity theft is probably a serious crime.
Last time I heard the constables talk about the crime stuff, it was just the simple things like no killing.
I don't know. You did see the small white thing jumping around, running through town, right?
The thing that's running towards the government buildings right now. There we go.
Yeah. It looked like like one of those Oriental warriors.
No clue what you're talking about. Okay.
Or else some thin ice. Oh dear. Just gonna steer this back to Frank threatening people with shotguns.
But you did see the white child that just ran through, right?
So wait, it's a child though?
I mean, I don't know if they were taller than that bench or not.
They could certainly jump pretty high. Had the energy of a child. They were dressed up like a ghost, so I assumed it was a child. Who's Whose child is this? Where are your parents?
This is gonna be a
I
long conversation.
just want to know how they keep their whites so white.
You do know that I could ask that of many people who I've seen wearing all white. Typically, I would advise against wearing all white.
Greetings.
Unless it's your Sunday best.
Perhaps it's just personal preference at that point.
Yes, you can't look dark and brooding in all white.
Do I look dark and brooding?
Yes, we've covered this.
I don't think I'm brooding, though. Dark, perhaps.
You definitely look like a disciplinarian.
A disciplinarian.
And I'm gonna ask what that is.
The position of authority, an adult usually who issues punishments to those who've been particularly naughty.
The wording of that sounds like you've had an experience with it.
If you ever went to a boarding school that was run by nuns, you would know what a disciplinarian was.
Yes, they're,
Not really. Of course, I grew up in a small town, so the only nuns were in the church. Quite literally.
In Sunday school, they didn't take a ruler to your knuckles.
I never went there.
And that would be why you never got disciplined.
yes. I think I look better in darker colors, personally.
Hey, Frank, you said you grew up, like, on a farm?
Small town.
Country?
Like a very small town.
Alright. You ever fuck up real bad and your dad laid into you with a belt?
Belt? No. Throwing a glass bottle I learned how to dodge, yes.
Wooden
There
spoon?
you go. Your dad was being a disciplinarian.
No, I think throwing a glass bottle is being an alcoholic.
We gotta work with what we got here, okay?
The one who paddled the ass was usually the disciplinarian.
No, it was probably he was right. We practiced with alcohol at times of taking a drink of it and then breathing into the actual furnace of the fire and getting it to higher heat at times when it's not fully cooperating with the, well, airing system and all that.
And now I understand why blacksmiths might be drunk.
Yes, that's how I got my burn on the side of my face.
Yes. You're lucky you still have any facial hair.
That's when I was, like, really young.
Suppose at least you're not crossing your arms in front of you. That's a very closed stance. This one is just You know, you can usually tell a personality by how someone stands. At least a little bit. Curious, strict, closed off, aloof.
What does mine tell you, though?
Like I said, disciplined. Am I wrong?
will say this, you got a hell of a thigh gap, Mr. Logan. You definitely ride horses.
What? Pardon?
You definitely ride horses.
I mean, my father taught me to ride on horseback, yes?
Hmm?
I think he's implying your, well-developed saddle sores.
People who've ridden a lot of horses, they've got a lot of space between their thighs to accommodate the wide animal.
I'm not even going to ask what just happened.
Observations.
I think we're critiquing appearances.
Well, I can tell you one thing about my appearance. If I could look at myself, it's probably going to be simple.
Most everything about you is pretty simple, except those steel-toed boots, which read
Trust
that you need them for defense, or you like to kick a lot of things. I can't really tell.
You ever drop a hammer on your toes?
Does it look like I handle a lot of hammers?
The heck if I know, you got a hairpin. Sorry, not a hairpin.
Hat pin. Do you think I use hammers in like haberdashery?
I mean, that's the rumor we're gonna spread.
I hammer my hats.
Perhaps that is how she got the hat so narrow.
Dolly murder by day, Holly hammer by night.
I think I would struggle to lift most hammers.
I mean, most of the time I just use this hammer that's on my leg right now. What, I have a little work hammer on the side of my leg.
He does.
I've got a book.
And what's in your book?
Don't worry about it.
Now I'm curious. You could have just told me something boring and I wouldn't have cared.
What is your fascination with my forbidden book of mysteries?
Anytime someone says no about something, instead of just plainly stating what it is, it's something they're trying to hide.
That or he's purposely trying to mess with you.
You know, it's probably a book of smut.
Yes.
What the heck is smut?
Erotic literature.
Now we have to explain what erotic is and literature.
I can't take offense to that.
Am I wrong?
I do have a book on my hip too.
Does it pop up?
Oh my god.
Dolly, you might be right. I might be using these steel toe boots for more than just protecting my toes.
Right up someone's ass. Especially when they're squatting. Why don't you sit?
Why don't you?
Because then I would crease my dress.
There you go.
You're not wearing,
You're not
a
wearing
dress.
a dress.
Not yet.
I think I need another drink.
Perhaps I should fashion you a kilt, Vakta.
I had a kilt, and then everyone got mad.
Perhaps a more up-to-date kilt.
Ooh, what is this?
Honeyed wine.
Hmm. A bit sweet, but not bad, thank you.
I got it from the saloon. They gave me some free ones, and what I have in my flask is honeyed whiskey.
A sweet man.
Free alcohol. Best kind of alcohol.
That I will agree to disagree with you. I think there's better alcohol than free alcohol.
You don't have to pay for it.
Yes, but sometimes things are expensive for a reason.
Well, you wouldn't know about that then.
Quality is often expensive.
That or they're conning you.
Well, then it's not really quality, is it?
That's what I said. If it's expensive, either it's quality or they're conning you.
Or it just takes a particularly long time to make.
Or that.
I do look forward to when all the shops open up, though.
Yes, I do have to find some guns to put on display.
She's got to sell her rock nose hat.
My rock nose hat. I could make a hat that looked like a rock nose.
I thought you were wearing it.
No.
They got like that big horn off the front of their head.
I feel like she's going to use that hat pin really soon.
Then her hat will fall off.
Believe it or not, that's a pretty common style down in, I believe, Louisiana.
Chattanooga, but yeah. That was where I first saw the
But-
style.
When you told
Pardon,
him to get out of
that
your
I do
car.
not recall every state.
No, that's alright. It became very fashionable up and down the coast. So, it made its way inland from the rails. And
What was that about?
working
Is
on
it heavy?
No, not really. Wouldn't want anything too heavy.
Yeah.
It's felt and leathers.
I mean, that can get pretty heavy.
Is your hat heavy?
Or kinda. I mean, it's kind of tight. It's
That
definitely
may
not
be-
August.
That may be due to the fact you have all your hair shoved under there.
I mean, I wasn't gonna shave my head. Not that it'll do any good. Shave my head in the morning and braid it at night.
Feel like he's like robbing other vagrants of their hair.
I am the hair king.
There's your answer. He does. And there's your next good story.
That could be a good, interesting novel. The tales of the wandering vagrant.
You just listen, he's already had one article written about him and he's not even read it.
No, not an article. Like a short story
Is that the
or a novel.
Is that the one with the rat jerky?
Yes.
Oh dear.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure you could make quite a killing off just writing articles about the vagrant.
People love to read about themselves. Everyone and their mother wants me to write something, and half the time I'm like, not really sure if I should.
Haven't read it.
I just find it funny.
No, you haven't, but you also don't leave your bench.
I did earlier.
No.
No.
I saw movement in the cage of shame.
Oh, there is someone
In
in
the
the
cage of
cage of shame.
I'm curious now.
Absolutely.
This is going to be interesting. You're not going to leave your bench. Oh, no, he is leaving his bench.
You can write an article about him leaving his bench now. Oh dear.
So what did you do?
I didn't do nothing, I'm not sure.
The constabulary threw you in there. You must have done something.
I don't know, I've never done anything. I don't know what I'm doing in here, I'm just sitting.
Did you trespass somewhere?
I'm not quite sure.
Well, what were you doing before they put their hands on you?
What was that?
What were you doing before they put their hands on you and threw you in there?
Was climbing.
Well, that's why, then.
Yep.
Trespassing.
What do you mean that's why?
You're trespassing private property.
I wanted to see. It looked very nice.
Well, did you learn your lesson?
Yeah. How do I get out of this fucking place? I'm gonna go crazy.
You've been in there maybe a minute.
How long do I have to sit in here?
I don't know.
When I got thrown in there, the lady said 30 minutes.
No.
Yes, it is 30 minutes.
You're telling fibs.
No, the lady did.
Are you sure it's not
Yes, I got-
3 minutes, maybe?
No, he
3-0.
says 30 minutes.
There's no way.
I've been in there when I fell against a wall. Trust me. She says 30 minutes.
Greetings.
Is it me or I don't see him anymore?
There you go, Dolly. You can find out how long it is. Go, I don't know, do something to get into the cage of shame for,
He seems to be out.
Yeah, so like I said, I don't think it's 30 minutes.
Is he out or is he asleep?
He might have fell asleep in a corner.
There's no way.
Yeah, well, when I was officially put in there, thrown in there, because they thought I was going to climb the bookcase in the realtor's office, the lady said 30 minutes.
Yes. I was in there and I did try to get her let me out, but no. I was in there at least 10 minutes until somebody had to help me out.
I believe, actually, weren't you and one other person
Yes.
in there?
I think we were the first ones in there.
No, you weren't the first ones in there, if I remember correctly, but yes, I think, didn't the constable or something get you out of there?
I think so, possibly. So, I don't think he got out. I think he's laying somewhere in the corner.
Maybe it's progressively gets worse the more you get thrown in.
But I never got thrown in before that one time when she said 30 minutes.
Yes, my first time was 30 minutes too.
My goodness.
At least that's what she says.
It's like the same thing that's going on with the person for the tax returns. Tax returns are going about 10 bronze each time so far, going lowering. Started at 70 at one time, then 60, now 50.
Am I missing something exciting?
There was somebody in there. I think they fell asleep.
I mean, possibly they're out, who knows?
Actually, is that him over there?
Yes, he got
Yes.
out. 30 minutes. I think she's telling you fibs.
If she
Well, I was
did,
in there
well,
10 and she wouldn't let me out,
She wanted you to suffer, I suppose.
apparently.
Can I ask what warranted being put into the cage?
Apparently, he was trying to climb over the walls, and the constabulary grabbed him and threw him in.
Why do
and
people
now
persist on climbing
it
walls?
seems like he's trying to sneak away.
Let's do that.
I mean, he's a dark-hooded figure who's hopping around and jumping over walls. I suppose the attention probably is not something he enjoys.
Well, I'm going back to my bench.
Was that the child, maybe?
I mean, the child was in all white. That one's in all black.
That's about the same
Maybe it's a twin.
stature. Maybe he got his white clothes all wet or dirty and rolled in the mud. Certainly acting like
Then
a
it would
child.
be brown.
I don't know, ash?
Coal.
Coal? Went down a coal chute somewhere?
There you go. I could have rode in on the coal part of the train.
Maybe when he was thrown into jail, they threw him into a pile of coal.
Yeah, ash. So that would definitely make someone very dirty. I have a delivery to make, so I saw everyone standing in front of the cage and was immediately curious. So
Makes me wonder how they release them. Is it supposed to be in the constable office or the government building or where?
Probably right at the train. Oh. A tenant
then back to
newbie,
silence.
thank you for the follow. Welcome to the horde. Listen, making hats, thinking about hat designs and all of that, it takes concentration.
And also a hat pin.
Several.
Several?
You know, when women do their hair, they often have bobby pins in. Lots and lots of bobby pins.
Well, no, not really. My mom just used more of a string.
A string?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you mean a string.
A string. Like a literal rope string kind of thing.
To do what?
Put up her hair.
Mm. I don't know if I like that.
Yellow.
Hmm.
Bye.
Good day.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye. Love your face.
Thanks.
No, you don't.
Are you on the server?
That pygmy is real fast.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure
What
it's a
did you just
child.
call
Just...
them?
Is that
Pygmy.
more or less disrespectful than calling them a child?
I don't know.
Is a pygmy.
Yes, do explain that one.
A very small person. A tribe in Africa.
I'm gonna make a new one. Hey.
Read?
More or less, I didn't really study because I didn't really go to school. I stayed in blacksmithing. I've learned to read that stuff, but not many of the fancy
Venture
words
columns
to use.
and all the newspapers.
What's a newspaper?
It's the thing that Tommy shows at you every day.
Oh, that's actually very entertaining.
That is a newspaper. Divvy Dome. Okay, so that's like the size that I want. But with a wider brim. Like that's the height that I want, but I want a wider brim for it, obviously, right? If I do it with that, I don't think I can make this be the right size though. That would be cute if I could, though. Need something broader in the base. Maybe if we do one of these.
So what's the Tamara hat going to be?
I'm not sure yet. Spend a lot of time just playing with shape and then throw a lot of flowers on once I'm done. Feathers or other knickknacks. Shape is the hard part.
Is that the reason this one looks somewhat like a pickaxe with a little puffy ball on the tip of it?
Or a fish. Big old salmon.
I don't know, in my mind it kind of reminded me of something diving. Not really sure what. Maybe like coral.
No.
That was an odd sound.
Well, it just went quiet, so I was just making sure I didn't have sand in my ears.
You do not.
Or does he?
And then I get distracted finding pretty things like that. Ooh.
Like what?
Just the design I found. I'll have to come back to it later.
A design that you found in your brain?
Just thinking about styles. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
What you thought of another good pattern?
Just, sometimes I find things and I think about things and they're just the silliest things I've ever seen.
Do I want to know?
Well, I'm imagining a very large foxtail, but stretched and turned and flipped. Just a silly thing.
Well, if you stretch a foxtail and flip it, it's still a foxtail.
Not what it looks like to me.
Maybe we're thinking of two different foxtails.
Looks like the constabulary's back.
I didn't even know they went anywhere.
Looks like it, huh?
Hello, Dolly.
Hi. They went to go train or something.
Well, I saw them enter the office, but I never saw them exit. Or was that just me?
I think it might have been just you.
Probably like a secret door.
That or I just drank too much whiskey.
It's a possibility.
Back in the day, the hospital had a few secret doors.
The hospital... You know what? Not asking.
Well, when you had to move a patient from the operating rooms to the visiting room, it was rather awkward to have to push them out to the lobby to where there'd be a massive gathering of people, not very private. And so, little secret hallways in the back to be able to move people to and fro without eyes.
Well, that definitely makes sense to me.
It needs to be
things around,
done
that
with a
way if
different
something
hairstyle.
happened and you don't want others to know what happened, you can have that privacy. Unless you're Peggy Lee.
Who?
Peggy Lee. It doesn't matter. Just,
From what I understood, Peggy Lee did forceful massages.
What?
Yes.
she had a soap shop and...
Everybody loved her massages, though. Mostly the guys, but...
Baku never got one.
Baku,
Every time
don't lie. You know you
No,
got
I
a
did not.
Peggy
No,
Lee
I didn't. Nope,
massage.
nope. Did not. Every time I
Oh,
went,
know someone
there
that
was
did
always
too,
some
though.
crisis.
You should ask Belvedere about his.
Every time I got there, they'd get me down into that loincloth and then just have me stand about waiting.
Oh, the good old days.
Oh my.
I think they just wanted to see me in a jungle loincloth.
When was this?
Long time ago.
An exact number?
I don't know. Doctor doesn't really keep track of time. Unless I have to.
Well, hello.
Oh, hello.
How are you?
I'm okay.
That's good. Did you get those
You look okay.
put in that you needed to go work on? Was a
Yep.
power supplies or power something? I don't know.
Yep.
Be professional, be professional.
Hello.
Howdy. Hello.
What's it like to be tall, finally?
Amazing!
There's someone running around that's shorter than you.
That was a lot of lawmen.
Yeah, that's a lot of them now. Where'd they all come from?
Probably training.
Goodness, I wonder what the hell they're preparing for. That's so many lawmen.
I mean, they do have 4 districts.
True. I did see 2 of them over in Angelwood earlier doing patrol.
They might be doing training. Miles has said he's been trying to get it started.
It's good.
Good day and goodbye.
Lovely day.
Okay, and goodbye.
Certainly a lot of lawmen.
Good evening, Mr. Stanley.
A police state at this point.
Hello.
Does that worry you, having extra security?
Yes.
Why? Not doing
Never
something
used
criminal, are you?
That is, very flawed logic.
You should say it was very flawed logic.
Yes.
I'm just assuming I'm not supposed to understand this.
Well, he's certainly not extrapolating.
What did you just say?
He's not expanding on his statement.
Okay.
I said, whenever you do feel like it, I have your order prepared.
I will take it tomorrow at some point.
Of course.
Just a logical fallacy. The nothing to hide argument.
Wait, what is he talking about this time?
I think he's returned to the statement he was talking about earlier.
Which statement? He has made several so far.
The one about his concern about a lot of lawmen.
Oh, okay.
People need to have a certain level of freedom. Too much law, not enough freedom. No. Revolts happen.
Too little law and I'm surrounded in bandits.
Yeah. A number of years ago, we had very little law, and everything was just fine.
Was it?
I said fine.
I said, was it?
Was it fine? Yes.
In what way?
Everything was okay. We weren't surrounded by bandits. And the bandits that we were surrounded by, it's not like having any law or military actually mattered. Kind of more or less just ragdolled by them until we accidentally got the upper hand.
with a different hairstyle. I think that'd be super cute.
But it is what it is.
Oh, I like that.
Well, unless anyone else has plans, I believe I shall be departing and perhaps getting some rest.
Alright.
Alright, well,
Sleep
get some
well,
rest.
dear.
Have a good one.
Do you as well.
Hello,
Travel
everybody.
safe.
Of course.
Hope everybody's night has gone well.
Do rest well when you all
Are
find
so well. How are you?
Good.
Still kicking. No, a lot of people are thinking, at least one person thinking about hats.
I
Don't know
am
what
thinking
else.
about hats. Is that a sin?
No, I just know what you're thinking about. Don't know what everyone else is thinking about.
Yeah, if you're not thinking about the Lord, then yes, it's a sin.
How often do you have to water your hat, dear?
The paper flowers.
Oh, okay.
But you have to pay per flower?
Yes. Well, I
How
don't.
much
I
is a
make
flower?
them. You know, most things you have to pay for, right?
I mean, not if you find it.
That's usually theft.
Only if it gets reported.
And this is why you don't like there being a lot of constables.
No. Or maybe I've been able to do it even though there's still all these constables.
I mean, he's not wrong. He did find that shirt on a train.
And then you gotta have witnesses.
Look, may I
Unless you
ask
straight
you
admit it.
2 questions?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta hear this.
Right. First question about
In your opinion, are people born good or bad?
Depends. Some
Why
people
does
can be
it
born good,
depend?
some people can be born bad.
Why
Some can
so?
be born indifferent. Nature.
Okay. Second question. Are people born civilized or uncivilized?
Depends upon where they're born.
I mean, that one just sounds like a point of view question.
It sounds like a relative question. Relativism. Not wanting to give a straight answer.
No, you are just using too many fancy words.
If you're born in the West, you're most likely Christian. If you're born in the Orient, you're most likely something else. Much has to do with geography.
How does that reflect on either of those things, though?
Much of it reflects on perspective. You say civilized as if it's a universal thing. Good, bad, and different.
I suppose
as if
I
it's
mean
universal.
I suppose I mean civilized as in I'm not simply drawing a gun on you right now and blowing your brains out. Kind of civilized.
Well, I mean, at the same token, that largely has to do because everyone's armed.
I'm not armed, other than with a hat pin.
There you go, you're armed. You get that hat pin in the right part of the leg, and that person dies in seconds.
See, but that's completely unfair, because you could use steel-toed boots as a weapon and consider yourself armed. That's not the same as a weapon.
Yep, I got steel-toed boots and a hammer, and if I really need to, I could throw a book.
Neither one of those are formal weapons. They're not made specifically for harming people. You can use an umbrella, but that doesn't make it a weapon.
Right now, the
That
most powerful
umbrella
weapon
actually
is a
does
pen.
But a
More-
pen
more
is not
damage
a
is-
weapon.
More damage is done with a pen these days than a cannon.
That does not
Men
make
sit
it a
in
weapon, though.
boardrooms and start. Is it because you like to use a pen?
No, a weapon is something specifically
I'll be
made
back.
for violence.
It's what somebody does with it. If
No.
they sign off that they want this land and want it cleared out of the natives, all the natives are gone.
You can use anything for violence. That does not make it a weapon. A weapon is something specifically, a tool crafted for violence. You can't go changing the definition of words to suit yourself.
Miss Murder,
Yes?
you did just call it a tool.
A tool specifically made for violence. That's the definition of a weapon.
Come on. Over to the left.
Oh boy.
Or is it
Cavalry's
something
arrived.
used to injure? To contend?
Take a left.
To harm? And cause harm? And if a pen can cause harm, a pen is a weapon. If a hat pin can cause harm, it can be a weapon.
Well, if you'd insist on twisting the definition of words, you can make it mean anything you want, which is why having a conversation with you is simply futile.
There are people that have entire careers based on twisting words. We call them lawyers and politicians.
Don't let the judge hear you.
Well, you'd probably agree. There's two dictionaries. There's the dictionary the common man uses, and then there's the dictionary that the law uses.
There's two dictionary. You know what? No, I don't want to find out. Nope.
From what I've heard, lawyers speak is an actual term, so.
Does anybody know where to get maybe display guns instead of actual firearms at the moment, so I could decorate my
Consider utilizing a mannequin.
a mannequin.
Consider utilizing a mannequin, yes.
For firearms?
Mm-hmm.
Mannequins are usually used for armor.
Consider thinking about all the different things you could have on a mannequin. You'd have any number of them, couldn't you? That's how I do my hats.
You need to go inspect the bush.
My question was just to find where to get the display of a firearm in the first place.
Well, you'd have to have the firearm, wouldn't you?
Some firearms are usually not even armed, and makes them great for display. So they're not actually internally fully done. They are more there for show instead of actual bang.
You know what? Why don't I show you how you could use a mannequin to display a bunch of guns? We'd need to go back to Devil's Canyon, and I would need to have appropriate keys to Devil's Canyon.
I take it this is a part where I should accompany you.
Listen, I can always go back to the
Well-
administration office. I'm sure they can sort me.
Well, that still leaves the question of where do I get display guns instead of actual guns?
That's the thing with the mannequin. You don't need them. Come, here, let's actually just go to the business district. I'll show you.
Oh, I'm very confused now.
Yeah, there's a whole trick to it. Do you have a stall in the business district, or a business, what you call it?
I do have a stall.
Store. That's the word. I think Devil's Canyon's this side.
Correct.
Greetings.
Evening.
Lovely day,
Greetings.
boy.
As you can tell, you can see which one's mine easily. Because I don't really have good for names.
Fair enough.
Alright, so the trick with it is mannequins can have lots of different accessories on them, right?
I guess I never really messed with one.
Miss Elsa, could you maybe...
Yes. Hold
Thank
on.
you.
It's in here somewhere.
Listen, it's not my fault that I'm always in places I shouldn't be. Oh, I say it that way, and it does sound like it
sorry?
should be my fault. Alright, it's a simple mannequin, right?
Yes, Mr. Teamster, she's with Devil's Canyon. Let her do her work.
Hey. Okay.
So you see how he has a gun on him right now, right?
Yes.
You can move them all sorts
Musket
of
with a
around.
bayonet.
I don't know exactly what you sell. But he's actually got
Looks like a
tools.
needle. Huh? I used
you
one
see
when
that?
I was in service.
You can move them
This
around
is an
and
interesting one, but yes.
hide the mannequin behind and use him to position the guns on your stand.
That's how you do it?
That's how I make my hats. Here, let me show you one of my hat stands.
Oh boy, here we go.
Listen, they're much better when they're actually hat stands.
I'm sorry, I never actually knew of this, so... Yes.
That's what I do for my mannequins. Where I put my hats. Something like that. And then obviously I put it on the table instead of floating. But you can use something like that, but you can move your guns around with it.
That is... interesting.
It's the easiest way to do it, especially when you don't have the guns.
It is.
So,
Now I'm thinking of holding off to make sure what I could get from the cellar now. Though I'm gonna have to be taught this method, or at least hire someone to do it.
So if we hide him back here, you can dress him so he looks like he's selling them or something, manning the stand, right?
Okay.
We'll just take this front one, move it up. Voila, now you have a gun on the table. It maybe needs to come up a little bit, but...
Yes, I'm probably going to be hiring somebody for this because I have no clue how to do it.
Okay.
Personally.
So let me show you. You come over here to the mannequin, right?
Okay.
And you're going to want to customize him. Right?
Oh, so this one.
Then you go to your accessories, because that's where the guns are. And usually your current set is going to be what you're working with.
Oh.
I already have put 2 on there, but if you want to add another, you would just add one, and then write the name of whatever rifle or gun you want to add. But let's look at that bayonet, that storm rifle, right? Pick that one up, and you're going to see arrows that you can pull and move it around with, right?
Yes.
There's also a way, if you really think about it, you can change the shape of it. Make it longer or stubbier, but in the case of the guns, that's probably not what you want. But if you ease your way into it, you can turn it.
I see how to do that. Okay.
That's how I make my hats. Obviously, you have to tie it to the right body part if you're wearing it, but for this case, you don't need to care where it's attached.
That is really interesting.
See if you can get that rifle, the amethyst rifle, on the table.
Like this.
Absolutely, you've done it.
Bingo. Well done, dear.
And
And so you can do the same thing with pretty much any firearm you wish to display.
Yes, most weapons you can move around like that. Not all clothes. Some other knickknacks you can too. One mannequin will let you put 15 guns up. If you need more than
What
that,
is it?
you'll need a second mannequin.
Probably not. It's only a stand for this one.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that I'm thinking of doing is probably holding off to see what actual weapons I could get a hold of before just displaying them.
So here's the fun fact, right? You've laid your guns out. If you want to go switch those guns, you just pull on the ring and you search up another gun from your catalog. And it should, because most guns are close to the same shape, lay almost correctly.
Of course. It's just, personally, I usually wait off till I know what I'm selling.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely with the possibilities of what the dealer might be selling off.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any idea what you want to be selling? Pistols,
Well,
rifles?
I'm definitely going to do pistol rifles, possibly hammers and shotguns if they have them.
Well, I look forward to seeing your wares.
Yes. I look forward on what I can get and make.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this
But,
is exciting.
This is exciting for me because I'm actually learning something.
Then you thought I was just thinking about hats all day.
Well, you did define your thoughts as hats.
Yes.
So I assume it's hats because you specify hats in your thinking.
Mm-hmm. You know, this hat has 14 separate pieces in it.
I don't know what to say to that. But thank you very much for this.
Crazy part is my outfit is only 17 pieces.
Listen, this hat cannot be displayed in its full form on a mannequin.
I'm not even going to mention mine.
You have 2. Well, no, hang on, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with your hat.
Let me see.
The belt, the hammer, the water skin, the book, and your hat.
Don't forget the beard.
Well, he could just have actual facial hair.
Yes, that's actually facial hair. But, I have about... Yeah. But that is, well, the looks of it. Just the water skin, the book, the knife, the flask, and the hat.
You know,
Things that I usually have.
You know, it is recorded in your book at the very top.
Yes. But yes, actually thank you very much for teaching me this. I'm definitely going to be working on it throughout maybe the weekend after I meet the seller.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad I could be of assistance. I just hope none of them discharge on anyone while they're looking at them. Bang!
I will not keep them
murdering.
loaded.
Well, if
But
we're
first up,
listening
they're going to be...
Go ahead.
they're not going to be loaded, and they're display rifles, so a lot of times the hammer doesn't actually have enough power to even set off a charge.
I was going to say, you know, even if they're not loaded, they could still be a weapon by Vaktu's description.
Vaktu just considers everything a weapon. You could turn any simple gun into a club by just turning the butt towards them.
Listen,
That or the bayonet.
a scarf could be a noose if used in the right hands, and at that point, what's the definition of even using words?
I would say there's a specific difference. So, think about it, right? God gave us fire, but let's be real, right? Blowing stuff up was our idea.
There's a very big difference between an explosive barrel and a campfire. One is specifically made for violence. Or... No, I just say violence, even if you are using it in things like mining.
I mean, you make gunpowder out of a smelly rock.
It's not the rock's fault it smells.
I wasn't talking about the rock's salt.
You know, I feel bad for Mr. Nobel.
Why?
He invented dynamite, hoping, you know, it would make miners' lives easier. I don't think he realized what we would actually use it for most of the time.
I feel like 90% of things invented are used for warfare.
Or was turned into warfare by people who just went like, I'm gonna use that. Or a drunkard.
I mean, if you're where I come from, you'll see any fancy new invention, you present it to the higher up officials, and all they'll say is, where do I put the bayonet? Have you tried filling this with concrete so it can sustain artillery fire?
Yes, but I do know that umbrella hurts, so no thank you.
Have you been whacked by it?
Can I let you... secret?
I believe she slapped me with it one time. To display it.
That's not just that, but, if I just pull the handle out like this...
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness!
Exactly my point.
See, that is a weapon.
A concealed one, but yeah.
Yes, the umbrella itself, not a weapon. The thing inside of it, definitely a weapon.
I'm not going to get whacked by it again as a display.
It's virtually harmless in its current state, but jeez.
Still hurts a little bit.
Just need to go outside?
But I think I'm going to enjoy messing around with this. Though, I might have to adjust my view every so often.
I need to take my puppy outside, so I'm gonna throw an AFK.
I do so hope I see more shops opening up.
I heard there's one more shop in my area. Another gentleman reserved a shop, but I don't see a name around here.
Perhaps they are waiting to acquiesce a few more funds so that they can get their supplier right away.
Well, from what I heard, he reserved a larger shop, but I never saw the sign. I don't know if it's actually a large shop, but he said larger. I went around the whole thing. Yes, my very point. I couldn't find it, and I got to reserve this one, so yes.
Alright.
Once we might have to wait for Miss Murder. It looks like she's very into thoughts of hats.
She'll be well in order, I'm sure. Okay, so guns. Did you have anything else in mind that you would have wanted to sell?
Well, probably hammers or some other weapons, but once I get with the dealer, I'm going to be making sure that I would be able to display the guns first, since it's going to be my main way of selling things, and then if there's extra room, I could just provide the hammers looks and all that.
Mm-hmm. I'd say any gunsmith is very nicely complemented with a few selections of, I don't know, bowie knives and whatnot.
Of course. Good for hunters and all that stuff. Knives are pretty easy.
Definitely.
I got used to big hammers, but that's just me. I know there's a weaponsmith across the way. He's going to be dealing more into swords and sharper things.
Ooh,
I don't want to
okay.
cut. Yes, I don't want to cut too much into his business. And then I also know I'm going to be cooperating about prices with some people in Tinker's Hollow. Make sure that we don't undercut each other.
Well, I would say, do not be afraid to exercise a modicum of honest competition. But I understand where you're coming from.
There's a difference between undercutting and maybe a sale every so often.
Mm-hmm.
And definitely if you already have some pre-made customers and everything like that. I've had a couple people already interested in getting guns, and I'm hoping this weekend, after possibly the dealer and, well, prices and all those contracts go through, I would know the prices and get started on that. I already have enough silver to put down for the dealer easy. I just gotta understand how much the weapons will be. Then I also had to adjust for time of that dealer getting the pots and me looking over those pots and making sure they're good.
Mm-hmm.
Though, might have to double check some of these guns. This one looks interesting. At least, looks like possibly reloaded by the lever? But I can't wait to see what shotguns they might have. I know the more recent double barrel with dual hammers. That was a newer invention.
Hmm.
But we shall see in the future. I might have to ask her maybe tomorrow or the next day about how she does the head trick, because maybe I could hide the head right in the small place of the stall bottom here.
You might be able to.
I'm probably going to be sticking with one mannequin, as there will be bigger shops, and I don't want to really, really make this place very, very headachy for people, with all the looks and everything.
I think you will be fine.
It's
As
not
long
just
as
me.
Put down anything that has a lot of, you know, wavy cloths faffing about, you should be fine.
Yes, but I try to take it in consideration just in case maybe a tailor opens up or something else. I try to keep it where it's people friendly. It's not just me that's going to be working here, so try to be as friendly as possible, kind of thing.
I'll say if it becomes a problem, it'll be everyone's problem, not just you. Don't be stingy just because you're worried other people won't be. That's a universal...
I won't be super stingy, but I'll probably just stick with one mannequin for the time being.
15 guns on a stall might be a lot.
Well, depending on the size, because the pistols probably go on the main display here, and you could probably fit 3 or 4 on each shelf here. You could put the rifles right on the side here. Maybe even shotguns over here, or hammers if I really have that. That, or I could put some knives on the bottom shelf here.
Well, have you seen some of the other stalls? The way they're decorated?
Not exactly yet, but like I said, I'm probably going to be holding off my decoration till I can confirm what the seller is going to be selling and not selling. So I know what to display and not to display.
I suppose that's fair. Some of the styles and stands are just fantastical.
Yes, I saw Leonardus recently.
Mr. Blonde, even though that's not his name.
Yes, he has plenty of knives sticking out of his...
That is a man who I think he could probably also use this trick, but I think he didn't know about it.
I could probably talk to him about that.
Yeah.
Though, maybe tomorrow or the next day, if you're available, you could teach me how to do that head thing, but I was thinking of just splitting off the head and trying to tuck it underneath here.
So, if
you know what I mean?
Yep, I do. Give me one moment. There you are. Now, when you move that, it's going to send your guns flying. But...
I'll probably remove the guns for now, because I'm still waiting on what will be there, but... Let's see if this trick works, maybe.
Shit.
What on earth is that about?
Well, we gotta choose something else. Sorry, but...
Wow.
Apologies to interrupt your conversation.
Just working on some business arrangements. You come in swearing at us.
No, I wasn't swearing at you, or Frank for that matter. Just in
Ideally,
general,
hope
we didn't
not.
know anyone would be here. Is all. We just wanted to have a private conversation. We thought be quiet over here. That's all. Now that it's enough, we'll be on our way. Sorry.
My goodness. I'm honestly surprised you all don't have a back office.
I believe that'll be fixed or arranged or something at some point.
At some point.
Well, your
At some point.
chief is already gone, so have a good day.
I'll be on my way when I'm good and ready, which is right now.
I wonder why they were coming flying in here like that.
They're probably because they don't think many people are using the business district right now since there's nothing really going on with the businesses.
I would say, if you move that head, move it up, not down, because otherwise it'll be very difficult. Maybe just put like a helmet or something on it.
I'm trying to figure out how to move it.
Here. Maybe if we find something unique to use as your sigil and we put it right up in the front. What sort of cultural thing do you fancy? What about this, actually? Here. You're gonna look at me like I'm crazy, but give me a second.
Oh, that is actually interesting.
You know, you could put anything you wanted there, but I also made it a little bit bigger. Which, here, let me make one here so you can practice. You can too. When you pick it up, there's two different ways you can move it, right? The one that uses a lot more muscles, the big thick movement, and the skinny movement, right? You see two?
Let's see. Yes, there's a very bigger one and then the one that's encircled.
So, what you're going to want to do is you're always going to want to use more muscles and less circular movement, right? Those let you make things bigger, tilt it, turn it. If you if you express yourself, you can make it bigger or smaller. Now that'll make your whole mannequin display bigger or smaller, but that's how I made that helm so big. I always find making things larger for display purposes is useful, in my opinion. Did you see that?
See what?
Lift it with the big muscle, and see if you can make him bigger or smaller by expressing yourself.
Well, that's definitely a lot of movement. But I see how you could change it. Okay.
But that's what I did, is I made that mannequin head larger.
Yes, I see how it's done, and this is actually very interesting.
And you can do that with any item. Well, except building pieces. Do you want to see the wildest thing I'd ever found anyone made?
Go right ahead.
Somebody made a machine once and had like lasers and stuff.
That is... Wow. Now, how did you get it where you just get the head, though?
So, if you look at this one, it's female, and she has a few invisible armor pieces, so they're just not there. And then there's a few pieces of armor that don't work for females, and that's why the arms and the body are gone. I don't know of any way to do it with a head, so you always have a head. But for me, when I'm using mannequins, it doesn't bother me at all.
I see. That is actually fairly interesting. So it's the female one to use it for that way.
Yes, I'm sure there's male pieces too you could do it with. I just don't know of any off the top of my head. I have that one saved because of the hat mannequin.
Of course. No worries. I was just pondering this.
I think it just doesn't show for men, so I only know how to do it with the female one.
Of course. I thank you very much for this lesson.
Of course. Else, what are you doing? Running around like that?
I have a lot of things I'm thinking about right now.
Just thinking. She's got that ants in her pants sort of thing going on.
I also suffer from occasional traumatic stress disorder.
I see. Well.
Well, we could leave if you like.
No, you're fine. I actually like having other voices near me. What were we doing?
We were talking about helms that might work for like a logo for his shop.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately for the mannequins, you have to have a head. I've yet to figure out how to remove the head.
Yeah. I think I remember a few good ones from my service life. Give me a second.
Do take your time.
The open sale is a pretty good one. If not that, then there's another good one. The kettle helm. That's another pretty good one.
Oh my goodness, it's terrible to try and maneuver though. Probably best to change the hat and then move the mannequin.
Yes, let me see if I can do something. Did you move it?
I did not.
Okay, 1 second. Something like that, maybe.
Yes. I think that one's actually going to be pretty good. Very simple. I thank you both for taking your time and actually teaching me this.
Definitely.
Definitely, I'm not thinking about hats. I haven't written an
Miss
article
Dolly.
today, and yes.
I'm just going to call you the Hat Lady at this rate.
That's fair. I like hats. They're fun.
Which district are you in again?
This one. I live in the pile of houses.
Are you planning to open a stand or anything?
I was looking for a business partner, tailor or some such, but I have yet to find one. I don't really want to run a business, but I'd like to sell hats out of one. Ooh.
I see, the only other person I know that's going to be opening a business is another gunsmith like me.
I know of
He
two
said he
tailors, but Mr. Logan said he'd think about it, and I haven't met the other one.
Because I believe there's one person opening a gunsmith. He said in a larger one, but we have no other reservations or nameplates on anything else.
Maybe it's not in this district. There's 4, business districts.
From what I've heard so far, if the person opening opening the store is restricted to the district that they live in. And he said he was going to be opening a store, and he is in Devil's Canyon too.
Welcome back, Mr. Max.
Thank you, Miss Dolly.
Good day.
Are you here intentionally this time?
That I am. I couldn't help but notice that you were setting up firearms here at your stand.
Yes, I was looking at some displays they showed me, but I'm going to be waiting till I could talk with the dealer and officially see which pieces I could get for guns and make myself.
Absolutely. Well, don't wait too long now. I know quite the number that are eagerly awaiting an individual who could sell them a firearm.
This I do know of. Many people are looking into it. This weekend, the contracts they're hoping to settle on, and then I could meet my the person that is going to be supplying me, the supplier, and I would be giving them the 10 silver, and from my calculations, if I do all the deliveries each day, I should be able to easily afford a stall and earn money so I could pre-order, or at least pre-order parts for guns so I could have them on hand when people want to buy them.
Well, how much are you going to sell your guns for? Because I want one.
Well, that's fully dependable on what, the supplier is going to be selling them for. So that's difficult to say at the current moment. Hopefully this weekend I'll be able to solve this very, very high dilemma. But I'm also going to have to talk to Miss Clockwork and others in Tinkertown area and see how much they're going to be selling.
Guess I suppose you don't want to undercut your competition so much that they undercut you and then no one makes any money.
That, and I just don't want to go into endless competition till we just end up screwing ourselves over. She'll have her loyal customers, I'll have mine. We'll have different kind of deals for our weapons and all that stuff, and we might have sales every so often. We'll probably communicate this with each other so we know what's going on, but it's never the worst to be in contact with competition. Plus, you just don't want to dominate a market and then just be the only one relied on. That's just going to get you more stress.
I don't know, I feel that with the news. I need someone else help me. But I can't pay anyone because I don't get paid. That and everyone
And,
thinks I run some advertisement agency. I think the city would host my newspaper if I was biased. Best gunsmith in town, best armorsmith, whatever.
Well, maybe you could earn some coin off that. I particularly, probably, no offense meant to you, Dolly, will not be using that service since it's just a family-owned business.
Well, I don't run that. Everyone thinks I have some advertisement that I can push their business in the paper. People have asked me, how much do you charge for advertisements? And I said, well, I don't, because I don't usually do that. I don't mind making you a poster and printing it, but I think it'd be mighty unfair to put something like that in the paper.
It's interesting on what is happening these days. I know earlier today I heard Jasper, I think his name was Jasper, coming along and talking about the economy still being unfair, supposedly. But I think it was Jasper, at least from what I've heard. I particularly don't know. As long as you make your deliveries on time, I could earn, if I just go with simple tasks, which I usually do, I could earn usually right about, at a minimum, right about 11 silver and 80 copper, and that's doing most of them. There's probably a couple I'm missing. I heard there was one lady in the hospital, but that asks for supplies, and the fishing quests I don't really go on, so probably missing some coin there, but with earning that each day, I could easily run my stall and have some money left over for anything I want to buy or even pay people for, or pre-order weapons.
See, that's the thing. I don't do really any of the work. I'm particularly lazy, which is why I just would like to have a business partner and put my hats in there, and if they sell them, they'll give them a portion of it, and, you know, I don't need a supplier. It's just loose fabric and felts and paper flowers. Cast off things from the printing.
You've given me a terrible idea.
What's your idea?
I want to have you make a hat for Cassidy now.
Well, I intend to charge 10 silver a hat.
I would absolutely pay it.
Well, then I will make Mr. Cassidy a hat, and you will owe me 10 silver. What kind of hat, what color, and what is his normal hairstyle?
His normal hairstyle is short, but and kind of unkept. His color that he usually wears is a red and more blood red or maroon.
Perhaps I should go find him and get real close to him and look at his hair. That wouldn't be at all terrifying, right?
And do not tell him why you are doing it.
But yes, I even calculated that I could technically move the business into a small store, but then I would have to have customers prepay and all that. I'd rather just stay at a stall level and just in case I miss a day or two, I'll be still easily be able to pay things.
Thinking like a top hat or a cowboy hat. But yes, that's the other thing. I don't want to be responsible for a stall because I feel like I would definitely fail or miss something. Or business even. Should I make him an oversized top hat, you think?
He doesn't seem to like the top hat. Although he does make fun of mine quite often, so he kind of obsesses over it. A cowboy hat would probably be better, though.
Broad-brimmed or more of a gambler's hat?
No, I think I think I have an idea. Something with maybe a chain and maybe a little bird skull. He doesn't think he liked the flowers and feathers.
No, but he might be into, if you can do it, stick playing cards in his hat.
Maybe.
This is actually getting pretty interesting.
I don't think I have any playing cards I could stick in a hat, though.
Some kind of mementos, or you get what I'm saying.
Yes. Maybe a bullet or two. Ooh, like a bandolier. Well, I'm telling you, if you don't pay me for this hat, I'm going to sell it to somebody else. But I'm going to go make him a hat now, because now it sounds really interesting, and I'm interested, and I want to do it.
Well, hold on right there. I'll pay you now.
Oh no. I do need to figure out his
Is it like
hairstyle. So
your current papers, Dolly?
these are my papers.
I know. You have no more plans for tonight?
God, I hope not.
Good day.
Welcome back tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
What kind of hair? Said scruffy and short. Because this I find is the most important part. Nobody likes their hair sticking through their hat.
Yes, it's a bit messy to deal with that. Right, well, I will be on my way. Enjoy your hat crafting, dear.
I will.
Miss Ilse, lovely as ever to see you.
Likewise.
And sadly to say, it looks like I should go get some rest.
It's really big, my goodness.
Well, I look forward to seeing what you have to sell later.
Hopefully after I meet with the supplier, smooth things out, I'll be able to display what I can as display guns, removing probably the springs in the hammers to make sure they can't just slam down and accidental fire, even though the guns will be empty.
Of course.
Does that look like his hair? Or close? Or longer?
Not quite. It kind of falls down in front a little bit as well.
Okay, but not longer than that.
No, that is about the right length.
Okay, you two enjoy that.
You know, that's more money than I've made probably all week, just because I'm simply terribly lazy. God, and I don't know what to publish in an article either.
Well, here's something for you.
Hmm.
Local bandit tries to hold up 5 constables at once.
What? What on earth happened?
After we had finished our training, we were heading to do some patrols. And literally, just a few meters away from the government building, as we were turning the corner around the gambler's hall, a gentleman jumps out from behind the corner and tries to hold us up, before realizing who it was that he was holding up and running off.
Was he small and in black with a mask?
He was indeed.
the child bandit. The disreputable pygmy tries to rob the lawman. What a juicy story. I like that indeed. Really? What on earth was he trying to do? Rob constables in the center of town?
I think he was just waiting to rob the next one who came around the corner, and we just happened to be the next ones coming around the corner.
My God.
It was quite entertaining. Some of us kind of laughed at first because we thought the constable had set up like a training exercise for us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Had him stand out there, so we kind of froze, like we weren't really expecting it to be real. And then he pulled out a short sword, and suddenly it became very understandable that he was being very serious.
5-1.
Indeed.
My God, what a lunatic. That man was in the cage of shame earlier, if it's the same one I'm thinking. Short and fast and jumpy.
Quiet.
Energetic
Calls
child.
himself Jim Bob Black.
Bim Bob Black.
Bim Bob or Jim Bob or something like that, yeah.
Bim Bob Black, the bouncing bandit. Alright, thank you. It was either that or publish something about the slumming of Rose Falls and Rose Mist, and I don't want to get on the bad side of the landlords. But people seem to be all upset.
Of course. By the way, as far as the advertisement issue that you were speaking about, people asking to put advertisements in your newsletters, I was thinking one way that you could solve that is having your regular newsletter and then at the bottom put something like brought to you by, and the individual's business or establishment, whatever advertisement they're looking to make something small and simple. You charge them maybe 50 bronze to a silver.
50 bronze. Do you realize that if I take 50 bronze for an advertisement, I'm going to have stacks of advertisements and there won't be anything but that?
Well, only do one a day with each of your daily newsletters.
And how do I decide who am I supposed to advertise for?
Well, if they want priority, they can pay you more.
Oh, so I should take bribes.
Supply and demand, ma'am, not a bribe. We are living in the capitalist society, after all. Nothing wrong with making a little bit of money if the demand is high.
Yeah, until I get shot for not hosting the right newspaper, or advertising the right gunsmith. Listen, I might write some slander, but nobody's going to accuse me of bias in business.
That is fair.
And besides, the slander always has a nugget of truth in it.
no matter how small that nugget might be.
Or it's all in good fun.
Yes, of course, of course.
You know, I almost published something about incestuous Blackwoods. And then I realized I don't think they would take that in good fun, and I really did not want to get into it with them.
Well, that does sound like a scandalous story, though.
I don't know them, I didn't see it, so I didn't think I really wanted to take someone else's hearsay as that.
Oh, yes.
I did see the local thug, though, go after that rat jerking. Wild.
It's alright, the local thug has straightened himself out,
Mm-hmm.
taking the law upon himself to help do justice rather than harm.
Mm-hmm. So we can get to sweep the bench of all the vagrants. How was your training?
It was actually quite enjoyable.
Mm.
Though Cassidy certainly has some anger issues he is quite clearly working out within himself. But, yes, it was enjoyable, I might even say. Especially as tomorrow was... We were doing some breaching exercises, right? Learning how to group up and infiltrate a home. Tomorrow was the individual inside that we were going in to get. She was sitting there watering her plants. We told her to put her hands up, so she started watering her own head.
My God. That's too funny. Alright, I better go write this article about Black Bobby the Bouncing Bandit, or what the hell was his fucking name?
Jim Bob the Black, I believe.
Jim Bob the Black. Nope, it's going to be Bim Bob. I like alliteration. I find it, it's more amusing to read.
Yes, and who's really gonna know the difference anyway, in the end? Aside maybe from Jim Bob, right?
Aside from Bim Bob the Back.
I'm guessing we will be able to be privy to another fantastic one of your hats tomorrow then.
Yes, no, which is why I was so excited. I'd finished it. It was far more simple than this, but I like the color scheme. It kind of came to me in a moment, and I went, Yeah, so the idea of making another one for Mr. Cassidy. Should I leave it outside his door, or do you want to give it to him yourself?
Part of me wants to see the surprise on his face as I hand it to him myself. But part of me also thinks that if I'm the one who tries to hand it to him myself, that he will reject it immediately. So it might be better if it comes from you, perhaps, and you say a special donor or something like that has purchased a hat for you.
Yes. You act as though the hats that I would make, do you want it to be fantastical, or you want it to be something that fits him?
Oh no, I would love for it to be something that actually fits him. I don't want to make fun of him, or to put him off of in any way. Something that might cheer him up a little bit.
Why is he upset?
Some sort of family drama.
Thought he didn't have any family.
Jasper and Aurelia are his family. He adopted, of course. He has taken their name, but apparently he has now refused to take their name, so I don't know what's going on there. He just seems to be a bit gruff.
Yes, he was talking about how he refused his last name, or having a last name. Seems awful strange.
It does, indeed. But apparently he did come from an orphanage, so he was likely in a situation of struggle before he was found by them.
Fascinating. Hopefully he doesn't get himself into too much trouble with a temper.
Well, I am hoping that his service as a constable will help straighten him out a bit too. Sometimes, what a young man such as himself needs is a positive way to channel his energy and anger. And if that can be harnessed properly as a constable, perhaps we might make a man out of him.
Make a man out of him.
Absolutely.
I just brought a song to my head. I think I will be heading back to the canyon and working on hats and outfits and such.
Of course.
Do hope to see the who ran soon. I'm curious.
Does that get revealed tomorrow before the vote?
It was supposed to probably come up today, but I think they had to sort through all the ballots. God, I love how fast that is.
Right. Okay, so tomorrow then, likely tomorrow, everybody will just...
Probably, yes. Captain, do you want to comment about the bouncing bandit?
Bouncing panda? What?
Bouncing bandit.
A bouncing bandit. The individual was apprehended, he served his time, he was released promptly.
Yeah. That's it.
I mean... He attempted to, do some rather uncouth and silly things, but, he's... probably one of the worst criminals I've seen, if I'm being honest with you.
Hi, Frank.
If I'm being really brutally honest. Okay, so I'll set the stage for you a little bit, if you don't mind.
Yes, I would love it.
Alright, I'll give you a little more of that. Alright. So, imagine for a moment, you are standing over here.
Thank you
with
for the
like
follow, Frank.
4 other people, alright? Come around the corner and see someone standing here with a sword or something or whatever, like, put your hands up. And there's 5 constabulary just standing right in front of you. So... I feel like that's really dumb.
Was this in town, Santa?
No, well, not quite. It was out and about a little bit, but it's just
Wasn't
funny.
in one of the districts, though. It was here.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Oh my goodness. So
Yeah,
you
it was
did
in one of-
catch him?
But yes, he was in jail. He's actually in there right now. He was in there, but he got released. He was released, but he kind of just, was thinking about things for a while, so I kind of just, picked him up, carried him out, and like kind of plopped him in the constabulary building and be like, all right, you're good to go later, man. And he's still standing there, I think.
Oh, I think this was the one he was in the cage of shame earlier, and I asked him, what are you doing in there? He says, I haven't done anything wrong. I was like, well, what were you doing that you got thrown in there? He's like, well, I was climbing. I was like, so trespassing.
I see. Yeah, so it was, Jimbo Black.
Nope, it's Bim Bob the Bouncing Bandit in the newspaper.
Bim Bob, the Bouncing Bandit. Why Bouncing Bandit? What the hell?
Because I'm not sure if you saw him running earlier, but if it's the same fellow I saw, the short little thing, he bounces when he runs.
He's short, wears all black.
Mm-hmm. Runs.
Oh boy. Runs like a little mouse along the pavement or whatever.
Just
like a little mouse
sprinting.
bouncing along the pavement.
Yeah, okay, I guess that tracks. I don't know. I'll leave the storytelling to you. I just try to give the facts.
Do you think he knew you were all constables, or you think it just bad timing?
I think it's the worst timing in the face. I really think it was just really, really bad timing, because he saw one of us. When he saw one of us, he didn't see the four of us. So there was a problem there in his calculation of, oh, I can get this one single. That's not one single person anymore.
Hi there. Hello, lovelies.
Evening.
Miss Dolly, did you get my letter?
I have yet to be back to my apartment.
Oh, dear. Oh my, I worked really hard on it. I hope you read it.
I usually read my mail. Why?
Okay. Well, it's about my election platform and all that.
You know, I was just having this conversation with Mr. Maximilian here about people asking me to advertise things for them, and I don't know if people realize that.
Oh, I don't want you. No. You misunderstand. I don't want you to advertise anything. I gave one to everybody.
Oh, I see.
I wouldn't want to extort you. You're my friend. I love and cherish you. Why would I do
Extort
that?
me? Oh, I didn't say that. No, I've had people trying to bribe me. Or, I guess,
You
pay
had
me.
people trying to bribe you?
Well, I
You've
don't...
had people try to pay you?
Pay me for advertisements, and I don't write a particularly long article, and then the city will probably take the platform away if I start advertising for people, and then it's bias, and I don't know. I don't mind printing things for people, but not on the paper. Not unless something is truly
your
silly,
personal
like...
vote,
Ah.
Dolly. That's all I wanted, was your vote. Not anyone else.
Mm.
Well, I want everybody's vote, but I didn't want you to have to advertise it. Unless you're considering on voting for someone else. If you do, I do understand.
Well, you
I'm not
know,
even
there's
sure. To be honest.
two positions per district, right?
Yes, but there's 3 people running right now, from what I know.
Well, no, it's 8 in total. There's
8?
4 districts.
Wait.
2 from every
yes,
district,
there's
right?
3 people running in Devil's Canyon, from what I know.
Oh, for Devil's Canyon. Okay, I wasn't sure. What you meant. Okay.
Yeah.
I just meant in general. I didn't realize you were specifying districts. I didn't hear that part.
Whom
Yeah,
are the 3
and there's
running for
3 of
Devil's
us.
Canyon?
There's Mr. Lucian, who's running for a position. There's Mr. Mallow, and there's me. And I'd hate to see it that the only woman running for Devil's Canyon wouldn't have a
And no
shot.
worries.
Well, I can confirm for you, it is not just you 3, and you are not the only
Oh.
woman.
Oh my! Who else is running?
You will have to see tomorrow.
Yeah, whenever the election
have to wait.
nominations
Oh.
come up.
Are you running, Miss Dolly?
Absolutely not. I have no
Okay.
time at all.
Well,
I don't
hope
even have
still
time
your
to
vote.
do chores. My vote is my own,
It's
and
all
I will
fine.
apply it wherever I see fit, which probably means I will totally forget to vote.
I hope you do what you feel is right. Whatever gives you love in your heart.
Have a nice night, Tank.
That's all I want for you, Miss Dolly.
I want to be paid for my newspaper articles. It's what I would like. But I do understand.
Someone should pay you.
Yeah, it would have to
Someone
be the
should,
city,
though.
probably. And I would honestly
You
like
want
help.
to sue the city with me?
I want to sue the city. No, I do not want to sue the city. That is the judge and the district attorney standing behind us. I do not want to sue the city.
Oh. Well, I'm considering it. Everyone knows it's fine. I'm really hoping that me and Miles can sort it out outside of court, though. Is he?
Boy.
Listen, I just want to make sure it don't happen to no one else, and that's all I hope for.
But it is, I'm sure. Does it have anything to do with you trying to get some sort of amount of money, yes?
Honestly, it's more about the issue of being dragged. I do think I deserve a small bit of financial recompensation, but nothing like astronomical.
What do you refer to as small?
I don't know. I'm not supposed to tell you. My lawyer told me not to say anything, so I really shouldn't even be talking, but I'm horribly bad at keeping secrets, so... But I was told to, when talking to you, to go no comment.
And who told you this, Mr. Stannis?
Yes.
Uh-huh, alright, well.
Did Mr. Treller throw you in there?
No, it didn't. One of the guards for the city did.
Well, a couple of them, they came and grabbed me and pulled me out of the room. It was awfully traumatizing.
So
Just
you
right
were
after I got
trespassing.
chained.
Yes, she
No,
was
I had
trespassing.
permission to be there. Miss Anastasia invited me in to change. I've talked about this a million times.
Anastasia does not have the authority that I'm aware of to enter those rooms.
Anastasia?
That would...
The chief realtor?
Yeah, the chief realtor doesn't have authority to enter the room of the chief realtor? Is that what you're saying?
You were entering the chief realtor's room.
Yes.
The realtor. That's what she's stating, and she was promptly taken away by some of the city guards to the cage of shame.
That
Wait,
sounds more like an
are you
issue
O's?
on Anastasia's part.
What do you mean? Why did they run into that
Even-
room all the way through those doors? If anything, they were trespassing.
I mean...
They were just doing their job according to what they have been ordered to do.
They ran in there. They ran after me, and I was invited in.
Are you
Dragged
sure
me.
that it wasn't a trap by Anastasia to pull you into there to get you to be, thrown to jail or something?
I'm fairly certain. She wrote
Maybe
a
we should
statement to
ask about
Mr.
it.
Santa, so we'll see. We'll see.
Uh-huh. I don't know what to make of that, but it's fine.
Oh my. Miss Dolly, you really do need to make me a hat. I absolutely adore them.
Well, like I said, I'm 10 silver. I have one that I'm working on right now for somebody else, but
Because I'm absolutely a fan of them. Those hats. Oh my gosh, I just adore them.
well,
Hi.
like I said, I do take commissions. I just don't have a stand, and I don't have a business, and I don't have a business partner, and I really, really need a business partner.
Evening, sir. What kind of business partner would you need, Miss Dolly?
A tailor, probably, or somebody's got a shop, right, to display them and sell them for me, because I frankly don't want to do it.
You should talk to Mr. Logan.
I
He's opening up a
have. He
tailor.
says he's not sure if he wants a business partner.
Maybe I'll talk to him and he'll change his mind. If I can convince him otherwise, will you give me a free hat?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
Do you have any idea how much work goes into making hats?
A lot.
Yes, a lot.
Well, that's why I appreciate them so.
Like I said, they're 10 silver
Which is
each.
why they're so expensive.
That makes sense. Oh, hi, Mr. Belvedere.
Hello.
So why are we hanging out in this street when there's a perfectly
Because
good
I'm
campfire
writing
over
an
there?
article,
Yeah.
that's why.
I wanted to walk through, but you're all blocking the way.
You're more than welcome to walk through. Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Oh, okay,
Writing an
thank you.
article? Oh dear, I want to
Oh,
sit here and
excuse
listen
me,
to what
excuse
the
me,
article's
ladies.
going to be
Sorry,
about.
excuse me.
Excuse me, pardon me.
Right.
About Bim Bob.
Hello,
Yes,
Mr.
Miss Bob.
Thorne. Miss Victoria.
Hello, Murray.
Oh, look at that beautiful woman.
You know the ground is very dirty, right? Your dress might be black when you get up.
Very tired woman.
Oh, come here.
Oh dear.
I think I'm ready for bed.
So you scoosh around on the ground with the teddies.
I didn't mean to do that. I stumbled
alright.
and fell. I stumbled and fell. Okay, don't make fun of me.
Sure, yep, yep,
Oh my goodness. Dolly saved me.
Absolutely
There's-
not.
Yeah. There's no saving.
Nothing to be done.
Oh, the horror.
I'm almost done, and then I have to argue with Tommy about what he yells at people. Listen, Tommy is a feisty boy. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise.
Does he often disagree with the articles you're wanting to post?
No, it's more that he sort of extorts me to yell and sell them, and I think he just gives them away, and he pockets the change from me. Doesn't do any work.
How much do you charge?
Takes a couple silver from me every time.
A silver?
A couple.
How
He's
many
supposed to pay me back with what he earns, and we're supposed to split it, but no, he never gives me anything back. I think I'm being extorted.
You being an asshole, Tommy?
Oh dear. Please don't beat up Mr. Tommy. There's enough police brutality.
Police brutality? What do you even mean? There's been no police brutality.
Well, actually, one of your constables, while they were wearing a badge, stabbed me in my workshop. So that was the thing.
What?
To be fair, I don't actually ever post anything particularly positive about the constabulary, but this one article's amusing.
Oh, thanks. Makes
Listen.
you feel so wonderful.
Listen, no,
I don't
no.
think there's been a single positive thing from the constables yet, sadly. I do love you guys, but truth be told, a lot of people are saying, like, how inefficient you guys are.
I guess
What do you
there's
mean
nothing
inefficient?
positive coming out of us. We
I
stopped
don't know, it wasn't my
arresting
word.
the vagabonds and molesters.
Well,
hiding
Mr.
around
Rock
street
said you
corners.
guys are just doing nothing and lazing about, just like he is.
Mr. Vaktu does nothing but lays about. How would he have the opportunity to see what the constabulary is or is not doing?
Well, he's upset because I arrested him for public indecency.
Okay, well, he kind of deserved that. We don't agree on too many things, but I do agree with you on that.
That's literally why he's upset about all this whole entire situation. He's going to give us a bad name, is because he got arrested for public indecency. That's the whole standpoint of this.
Just, you know,
Oh
the
my
shirt he
goodness.
picked is specifically designed to baffle you.
It's designed to do something.
Thank you, shirtless.
That's
I mean, it
absolutely
works.
true.
The shirt and or lack thereof.
Alright. Ooh, that's not what I want to do. Oh.
What?
Just, you know, trying to break the road on accident.
Don't break the road, please.
And shouldn't be able to.
Dolly, are you busy?
1 second.
Oh, Dolly.
Oh my, look how many city people are here right now.
All right. Tommy, are you good with that news article? Fabulous. All right. Yes, I'm not busy now. What's up? How can I help?
Can you point me in the direction of the gentleman that provides work for those more inclined with the work of chemistry?
What?
Not just a chemist itself, but
Yes,
also,
one second.
herbalists, all that good stuff.
If you give me a moment. What is the discipline called?
Hello, Miss Rose. Are you
Should be
feeling better?
chemistry.
I asked you earlier today to leave me alone. Can you please respect my boundaries?
Wait, did you mean forever?
Yes.
Wait, why?
I told you earlier today why. Can you please respect my boundaries, Miss Marie?
You didn't say forever.
I didn't,
You
but
didn't say why.
I also didn't say please continue to approach me throughout the day.
I do that with everyone.
I also asked you please leave me alone. Please respect my boundaries.
Okay, well,
It appears to have
hi.
vanished. Give me a
Sorry,
moment.
I just cared that I didn't want you to be sad. That's all. I'm sorry.
Is everything alright over here?
I don't know.
No, I've asked her earlier today to please leave me alone, and this is the third time since then that she's continued to approach me.
I thought she meant like leave her alone because she was sad in the moment. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. She's telling me to go away.
Alright. Let's
I'll go back with Miss Dolly. I don't want to cause any trouble.
Not a worry. Miss Rose, mind if I speak to you?
If you wish.
I would like to, that's right.
I do not wish to explain my situation, I just wish for my boundaries to be respected.
I understand, and I'm not asking in any way, shape, or form the situation, really. Merely I would...
Do we not have a means of employment for those of chemical inclined?
Originally, Mr. Omar used to ask people to bring the prescriptions to the hospital. He seems to have lost track of it.
Okay.
That's very strange.
Very, but I'm not going to dwell on it too much. Let's simply, I guess, make something. Come up with some new tasks, something that, something that all lines of, chemistry work can make use of, not just a chemist itself, if you know what I mean.
No, it was all of them. It was based on the discipline, whatever that was.
Yes, no, I understand that. What I'm saying is, like, since I don't really want to dwell on why the paperwork has been lost, I suggest we simply just, come up with something fresh.
Yes, no, I see your point.
Again, I must stress something that makes use of all specializations.
Well,
in that...
I'm gonna tell you that that is not my specialty to write. I'm more than willing to talk to people about giving the jobs out, but I am not the kind of person who's going to be able to finagle any sort of story out of them.
I want to let you know that
Right, I understand that. We can leave that to some sort of, I don't know. Do you have an editor?
I just wanted to say that I didn't do anything wrong.
No.
I see. Freelance then, I take it, yeah? Okay, okay. Perhaps we can let someone tag along with you, listen briefly, this alone.
No, I understand, but I'm going to head to bed. I have a few
Yes,
things
no.
that I need to do, and I would suggest, camel.
Yes, that is Abdulaziz, my cargo carrier when I am overburdened.
Yes. Yep. Nope. I will think on it tomorrow, but now I'm not going to, and I do apologize. I don't know what happened, but it is not around.
It is fine. Let's just make sure it gets ironed out tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. It's 2:30 in the morning. I'm gonna go finish making that hat and make my outfit, and I'm going to bed. So.
Oh, fancy seeing you here.
Well, that's because I'm going to bed. Oh. While I wait for the whole town to figure out where I am and where it is. Have a good night, Mr. Max.
Oh, thank you. You do the same.
Alright, y'all. Have a lovely evening. I will see you tomorrow. Ta-ta!